Adimaber. Thanks everyone for joining. We're picking up from where we left last night. Tonight I would like to continue talking about the Gambella war, because as you can imagine, the debate got tensed, new issues came up, and there was not enough time. And for that reason, I'm inviting the Nuer and the Anuak to join here so that we can continue the debate. Benjamin Maber, watch my Liverpool. This boy, nice to see you here. And again, I would like to clarify before we start the debate that I'm very neutral and I try everything to remain neutral. I might have my own opinion, but my opinion shouldn't outweigh the opinion of the Nuer and the Anuak. Koyong ich Liverpool. I'm doing good. What's your name? Estefanos, Oban, Chuka, Achebe Omot. Nice to see you again. So again, I would love to clarify that I want to remain neutral in order to get to a solution. If there's anyone's opinion that is contrary to your opinion, the solution is not to go in the war of words, because I'm not organizing this conversation to see who can shout the loudest. So let's keep it professional, let's keep it logical, let's keep the conversation meaningful. I'm just setting the ground rules. Omot, yesterday was okay. The temperatures were up, as you can imagine. But yes, we managed to keep everything in check. And we would like to continue with the conversation tonight. So I'm just waiting for enough Nuer and enough Anuak to join. Because I'll try to also balance the number of guests so that we have 3 Anuak and 3 Nuers. But again, please don't attack the referee. If you attack the referee, then I take you off. Because I'm here to provide a platform for people to have a conversation. I know because the war affects you, you might have, your temperature might go up. But please, let's keep it useful, meaningful. Comfort, how are you? Nyaralur. Yes. Achebe Omot, yes, invite your people. Just know that, sorry. Just know that I'll try to balance the number of guests. The sticker is blocking me. It's okay, Comfort. You made me take away my sticker. I'll bring it back. So if you're new, if you joined for the first time, this is a continuation of the conversation we had last night. The conversation is about the Gambella war. If you don't know where Gambella is, it's in western side of Ethiopia, which up to yesterday I would have said is the home of the Anuak, the Luo of Ethiopia, but has considerably being claimed by the Nuer as well. The war is between two tribal groups, the Anua and the Nuer. Remember, we must have a conversation that's tallied more towards a solution. Achebe Omot, no, this is Luo of Kenya. The music is for Luo of Kenya. Hello, Lynette. Comfort, I think I'll push it to the top. I hope that's good. Not allow Mzedi pitch. Okay. I would like to set new ground rules. I love my Luo people, for sure. I love all the Luo of Kenya, of Uganda, of Ethiopia, of South Sudan, of Congo, Tanzania. But for tonight, I'm only accepting the Anua and the Nuer specifically. So if you're Nacholi or Alur, I love you so much, but this conversation, I think, might block you out. So I would like to reserve the seat specifically for the Nuer and the Anua. This because yesterday we had some issue that was stemming out. Actually, was Anua, why do you claim to be Ethiopians when you're South Sudanese and so on and so forth? So as much as I would love to discuss this, it's not relevant for tonight's discussion. So Nuer Kenya, remember you also locked out tonight, huh? You have to just be spectators. Tonight I'm only accepting the Anuak, the Luo of Ethiopia, and the Nuer, an allotic group from South Sudan and allegedly Ethiopia. So I bet we're going to have some entertainment for the next 16 minutes or so. And I'm assuming by 11, I will start to accept the guests, specifically the Nuer and the Anuak. Omot, you can feel how different the Luo Kenya music is different from the Anuak. But I love both of them actually. Dominic, it's nice to see you tonight again. Huh? Remember, tonight we're keeping the tension down. And if you're joining from YouTube, I would like to bring you up to speed that we continue with the discussion. We continue the discussion about the war in Gambella. The war is between the Anuak and the Nuer. Anewaa are the Luo of Ethiopia and the Nuer are the Nilotic group from South Sudan. We already had this discussion last night, but there were some major issues that were showing up. For example, I would like to ask the Nuer to tell me about the ideology of the North Nation. Is it really claiming the Nuer land or is it an expansion? And could it be true to call the Nuer the aggressors because they have problems on both ends, both with the Dinka and the Anuak? Remember, all the things I say does not mean that I lean towards any side. Yeah? So don't attack the referee. Let's agree to disagree in good tone and with facts. So kindly help me tap this and share the live so that we have more of the Anuak and the Nuer coming up. If you're joining from YouTube, just know that you might not be able to see the guests, right? Because I'm going live on TikTok as well. But you can always send me your questions on the chat and I'll be able to relay them to the guests. Well, if I listen to this song more, don't worry, I just figured it out today and I like it. So thanks to everyone who just joined. Remember, this is a continuation of the last night's conversation. Well, at our level, we're trying to have a solution to the war going on in Gambella. So remember to keep the conversation meaningful and one that goes towards getting a solution. Together, eh? Remember the Nuer are our cousins. I think we've lived side by side with them for a while, at least on the South Sudanese side. So let's not go for each other's jugular. Let's not go for each other's neck. Because always meaningful conversation can help us get a solution. Not sure why I don't see the Nuer. I see a number of the Anuak here, but I don't see the Nuer. So if you are Nuer and you're here, please could you invite your people to come? Because I don't want a situation like last night where I was accused of having more Anuak. Miss Wangai Uhuru Waku. Oh, what? Does this music sound like a choli? That's new to me. I always feel like the choli music sound different. Oh, okay. Though in my ear as a Kenyan, the choli music sound completely different. Prince Polly. Mato mesifa nyathiki korete. You were nice to see you here. I hope you had a good day and you had a good night. Breathe in, breathe out. We keep the temperatures down. We keep the conversation meaningful. I know yesterday we had a few punches, but I hope tonight we're going to be friends. Joyce, nice to see you joining. Yeah, babes, I see we meet again. Huh? So 9 minutes from now, I'll start taking in the guests, yeah? Yes, Abri. This is Atomi Sifa. Simons, you were there. The conversation was good. The temperature was high. A few clashes here and there. But I think that's the nature of any conversation whenever there's a lot at stake. Huh? But tonight I would like to set the ground rules. We're only accepting the Anuak and the Nuer. So my Acholi brothers, my Jonam, Alur, Lango, Jalu of Kenya, of Tanzania, tonight you have to remain as a spectator. Yeah? David, I've never known any Pari music. And anyone who does know, Pari is the Luo of South Sudan. David, you could send me inbox of with any Pari music. I'll play it later. Well, this seems like this is my anthem for live. Joyce, thanks for joining. I hope tonight we'll be able to have a conversation. Remember, I remain neutral throughout this conversation, and I will always step in whenever the conversation gets tensed. So if I tell you to keep quiet, please let's go by the rules. Huh? Jacoredo. Yes, what are they do? Where are we? Now this is actually music. You can feel it's different, huh? Leila, thanks for joining. Okay, I'll try to do that. Almost though I try not to have a timer because sometimes there's a meaningful point that could take 5 or 6 seconds more or something like this. Remember to help me share this live because we're trying to spread the net and get as many people as we can. Pina. Agree here. Okay, I don't know what you mean, but okay. Yes, I love Didini song a lot. It's my best actually music, followed by Yolen, Romeo Odom. Mechio Bang, thanks for joining. I saw my friend here. Oh, Agree. How are you? Thanks for joining. We're having a tense conversation tonight about the war affecting the law of Ethiopia. I'm happy to see you, actually. Thanks for joining, and I would like you to be part of the panel because yesterday I saw you accusing me of supporting my Luo brothers. Remember, the goal of this conversation is to arrive at a solution. Shifra, nice to see you here. Erika watch it. Bear. If you're new here, my name is KP Jalua Broadlu Ambassador, Eastern Central Africa. The only existing law documentary filmmaker. So if you get time, please go to my YouTube channel and watch one of my law documentaries. Remember, there's a link on my TikTok. If you click that link, you will find links to my GoFundMe, to my YouTube, to my Instagram, Facebook, and above all, website. Ario Maber Shifra. I know I owe you something, but we keep postponing. It will be better. Agri, how have you been? We need to meet. I need to buy you a bottle of water and you buy me Musa. And before we start, because we're starting in the next 3 minutes, remember I'm looking for Judge Walker. I always say this all the time. If you are a Judge Walk, one Judge Walk, mean Judge Walk, Nyasi Judge Walk. Remember I'm looking for Judge Walker. I know Judge Walk. So if you have any, let me know and promise them that I will always hide their identity, safeguard their dignity. I just want to know where they get their powers, how they summon them, and how they go about their work business. So again, everyone joining now, my name is KP Jalua Broadlu, Ambassador, East of Central Africa. I am a filmmaker, so you can go watch my documentary films on YouTube. And tonight we continue the conversation that we had last night about the war in Gambella, Ethiopia, the war between the Nuer and the Anuak. We want to know the what, the which, the when, the why, and the where about this war. Shifra, you should be able to understand. This is Choli music. Atimoni Ning is Atimonade. What do I do? And says, with these girls who cannot mokia to your ear. Thanks so much, Agri. We need to meet and talk beyond YouTube. Eh? Eric, there's no more time left for Inda because now I'll start taking the guests. Yes, I know Joaquin Anuak is God. Also in lieu of Kenya. Oh my God. If everyone send their request, I think I will take 24 hours here just playing music. But yes, I will play Osito Kale and Inda tomorrow. So now you can start sending your request. I'm trying to take in the people. Hello, Joyce Chuka. Tia Maber. How is everything?
Sorry for last night. We keep you awake for, and then it's good you started early, a little bit early today. You know?
Yeah, today I started a little bit early. Yesterday I was up to 4:30, I bet.
Yeah, even here last night was late because we have only 2 hours difference. I even slept I think an hour or 4, but it's good to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, so I hope today we will have a conversation that's much shorter, maybe for 2 hours. I hope, but I'm not sure because I don't see
I don't think so. Today will be hit because a lot of people will come. Those who missed yesterday will be here, so you're gonna be a little bit hit, you know.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll manage. Morris, I'm in Kenya. I'm not in South Sudan. Okay, I hope we have enough.
I know. Last night you tried to rub it down to come for
Yo.
Morris.
No, not the Nuer.
Yo.
Are you Anuak or Nuer?
I'm actually from Uganda.
Oh, then I'm sorry I have to drop you. Tonight we're only having the Anuak and the Nuer.
So you don't have any Ugandan?
Not tonight. I mean, I love my Luo people. I'm also not taking Kenyans because there are only 6 slots for the guests, 7, maybe more. But I want to balance it between the Nuer and the Anuak so that we keep the conversation about this. But there will always be more lives that I will pick the other Luo.
It's okay.
But if you can keep people, yeah, because last night, you know, the other Luo guy, the Luo ambassador, sometimes it's good also to bring people to bring some different, you know, the way they deal with the refugees issue too in their own place, and that would help. You'll make other people to understand too. I'm not saying to give them But within, they could also put their thought, what their experience is, because it wasn't only the Anua experience one thing. I think from the brother yesterday, we heard from him though, also they experience, but because the government has controlled that and dealing with it in a good way, and then we learn from it as well, because this is what we lack in our own place. And that's why as we make this care to continue. So if you can bring one or two who will be also putting their own thought, maybe other people will learn. Like the other people would not think that they are the only way were targeted or something were put. It could be there's something other people experience also in other part of the other part of the country, which would make it look like what we are here for. Something only not affected only us. It's affecting some community too. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but the way the competition is yesterday, because other brother, that actually guy come with different topic. That's what we don't want. We don't want it to bring a different thing. If we want those things to discuss about Anua, we have to have different time. So we, the Lord, will talk more about us. If there's anything, question, anything somebody want to know about Anua, where did Anua live? Why they are in both sides, something like it historically and how they live, then we are willing to do that as a lure, but not with this topic, because now another community is involved as well.
Okay, I will take 3 Anuak, 3 Nuers, and 2 neutral people.
Yeah, maybe brother Simon, you know. Like munike share bang jam ma je mo na kan mar ne ten gina wutini ne ba chang to yeah.
So if you Nuer, please Medicine Shell, I know you wrote me about the possible connection of between the Luo and the Nigerian group. I will definitely invite you for one of the lives, but tonight we're talking about the war. So maybe this topic will be off. Cham family, could you confirm to me if you're Nuer or Anuak? Cham family, can you hear me? But Medicine Shell, I will
yes,
100%.
Yes, I am Anuak.
Anuak, okay. And yes. Simon is Anuak too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If other people come, we have to drop those who are on the podium. Will drop for other people to give other people different opinion. Me, I can offer my place to another person. If I see this person could answer this question or he has more knowledge on this one, I will do that. Because sometimes, like last night, we get the older person who know more and put it much deeper. So we give time to those people. But for now, we just started. But when other people come as well and they want to join, then we can give our space to them as well too.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, because it's not going to be only 3 of us here, so other people will come and maybe say their own.
Okay. We will give you a Luo guy another day. Tonight we're discussing about the war. So if there is a single Luo guy on the live, text the girl over there and have your private conversation there. Luo Ashiri, poa sana. Yeah, I think I have the Anua map in my brain. Some family.
Jaluo.
Yes.
I think you should go under my profile. I posted a video a long time ago about the how did each tribe cooperated in Gambella, and I'm pretty sure if you watch that video, it's gonna give you more of the knowledge. And when other people come and ask you questions, you can be able to have an answer for it, because that is the video that I post is all the indigenous, all the ethnic people that was in Gambella. Okay. How they got there and when they got there.
Where did you post it? On TikTok?
Yeah, on TikTok. Just go under my profile. You will see it, and you will love it, because it's more like a history.
Okay. Let me see if I can get it. So I have to look for Cham family. Okay, okay. Let me see. I saw Dominic here. Dominic, could you just send me an invite so that I can bring you up? Oh, there are so many Cham families. Let me see, Cham family. Okay. I think we don't have the Nuers haven't joined, so I think we will just start anyway. So I think I would like to start with you, Joyce, to just give me an overview of what you think the intention of the Nuer are after this moment. Do you think it's an expansion, or do you think it's a sincere reclamation of lost land?
Okay, thank you. I think it's explanation because they wrote a book about it. And then because they wrote a book about it, it wasn't now. They wrote a book years about them expanding in Anua land. So even them everywhere know about this. And there's also because there's also, as you mentioned last night, the Nuer Nation land, where some of Nuer across the world, or even on TikTok here, there's some guy who are pushing to young Nuer how they want their own nations. And that nation, including entire Anua land, was put in it. So that is the main thing, and we are also aware with. And that's why last night, when they hit, because everybody have their own side, because us and the other brother, because some people never grow up back home. Sometimes they may have different information from different people. I think that's what happened last night here. Sure. But any grown-up Anua person who is parent, who was displaced, who lose the village in the hand of the fallen Nuer, know the intention, because Anua losing the land wasn't what is happening in Gambella is not only the first thing Anua experienced before, because Anua learned from their followers, Anua in South Sudan, how they lost their land, and how did it happen. It happened with the friendship, with coming, living, they coexisted peacefully. But the problem with the number, because if you look, Nuer are big and large in number. When the number get bigger, the fighting, like what happened in Gambella, happening. Years of years fighting, and people moving and running from safety has led them to occupy the entire Nuer land where the Congo is today. And today, the Congo now is divided by Nuer only. No single Anua there. The only part Anua were a smaller, I think, few village, very far from the main land where they can access to the river, the hospital, or anything. They're just far away. And they are under threat too, because if Nuer see them close to them, they get attacked. And then that's why in Gambella now the same thing happening, because if you see where these people as arrived and given is the few village, and then when Ethiopia organized them as Ethiopian, give them a citizenship, there's a few village were under them. Then they give them as a Nuer zone or region. But the problem now, what makes things worse, is them leaving those places, coming to Anua village, requesting for more lands. And then their own plan, we the Anua should accept them into our village so we can live together. And we know living together with the people, always their nature was a violent. Luo people, we don't want people disturbing us. We have the rule and the law and all these things. So when somebody don't, making people live, that thing, we take it in another way. So it's not like we don't want people. Gambella is visited by everybody. Gambella town is allowed. Everybody can come. All the Ethiopian, you see it by yourself. You're not against anybody. But what we experience as a young people, these people using violence to chase us from our land, for them to get their mission to expand to take our land. And they are proudly insulting us with it, that we started from a core, that we'll finish it where it is today. Who told you we will not get a lot of land? Because we already did it, we take your land, come take it by force. So they are using their number in this way. And now we feel, because the government as well is not helping the situation, because now Gambella, because before wasn't like that in years, because at the time, the number of Nuer are smaller in number, some of people are living in the refugee camp. But what changed now is that the Ethiopian law is allowing these people to claim residentially in Ethiopia, getting some ID. And then in a few years, these people number increase massively. And the one thing too, they want the power, the leadership. And that's what pushed all this fight. Because as you can heard from them last night, that they said, we are the majority, but we let these Anuak people lead us. But it wasn't like that. Anuak used to be majority in their own land, in their numbers. But then, because of them migrated into the land, their number increasing with the refugees, and then sometimes, that's what is happening. And now they're using this thing against us. They should be the one ruling the Gambella. And then when they rule the Gambella, you see, if somebody rule, he has a right to decide to move people from village to locate somewhere, or make any decision. Like the last time when the other Nuer were the one in the power, he did a lot of things. He converted some district together with Nuer. Anywaa shouldn't be their own, but he bring those Nuer to become under one, to live together. And then and that is affected Anwar as well, because it's like Anwar don't need to say anything. It has to be, Nuer should be giving this thing. But for us, it's not like we are against refugees as we said it. The reason of refugee, we keep mentioning it because without these refugees, maybe we can at least handle the situation, understanding the Nuer, what the Nuer want more. Because if those one who are already a citizen, Ethiopia already given them a citizenship in Gambella, under Gambella, we will understand them more, because sometimes things do happen. And then who to blame is Anwar. Like what they mentioned about the road attack. Sometimes you don't know who did it, because this road, yes, there's a lot of village of Anwar there, but Nuer to live the same, all those areas. You see? Sometimes you don't know who did the attack, but who to blame? The whole of the land, the people who live there, around close there, which we will blame, and Nuer will come after us. And then later when we retaliate, it's crying now, oh, refugees has been killed. Somebody has did something to the refugees. Because these people are using refugees as a weapon for their wrongdoing to us. That's why we said enough. Government of Ethiopia should locate these refugees somewhere. So we will now see this one, they give them citizenship under our land, because Nuer has no single land in Anwaa. These people, if you look in history, we never bothered with them before. It's just the migration of them expanding into Anwaa land. Coming as a friend, looking like a small, few people will arrive and say, we need a place to live. We don't have place to live. We run from this. This is happening to us. And you see that sometimes the village will say, okay, some other part of the river, that place is okay. You can go there, graze your thing. And because these people are big in number, they follow, Nuer will follow them. If you see now, we even now experience those fighting is because these people have different, sub-clan and all different groups. Sometimes the one who arrive new, they are looking to get a land too. So what they use, they will think, okay, if this group get land from this community, we will use force to claim our own part. If you look in the Nuer, most of the time, they already even included all that one land into their map. And then those maps, those places, they already, including themselves. If we push anyone from this village, this area, these people will live here. So this bring a lot of tension, and we feel like they are not coming only for safety here in our land. They come with the agenda of claiming or taking over this land. And they are proudly insulting us with it. It's not something they hide anymore. Even their young kids online, you see, even last night, if you look at the comment, you will see them. They say that you can't do anything. If we can take the more land from you, we will still do it, and you guys cannot do anything. And you see, we are majority. We can't do anything, and we will succeed. And that has created a lot, a lot of fear in Anua today to say that, oh, this is enough. I think in this 21st century, there should have been something like that. Yes, you run from war. It doesn't mean everybody have a land. God given, before people settle during migration, everybody has settled, everybody come from nowhere. But after you already settle in where you are, you should not move to another person's place anymore. No matter if those people are two families there or one person there, you should use your number to be threatening them using threat and violence. Then later, then you claim you are like a victim, this person is doing. The way you look at it, you hear it from the other ladies here last night, that how Anua, they live in fear, Anua will target, even she wasn't there. But this is untrue. This is the girl who is campaigning for South Sudanese. If you look in her profile, somebody who talked from, she wasn't anywhere connected from Gambella, but she had a God to come here to be saying things like a Kobo case is gone case. You can't be saying to people like that. He heard them because, listen, I'm going to the point, say there's Anua refugees in Ethiopia. These Anua refugees coming in Ethiopia today, these are the people of Akobo. When they return, South Sudan return to their own land, these Anua people have nowhere to go because their land is occupied by who? By Nuer. That's why till today, they still have one camp where they reside. They are still there because they have nowhere to go. They can go every, South Sudanese will come to all of them, return back. Who did not go back is Nuer. It's Nuer. Nuer did not left. They still, some of the camp, almost 20-something years or 30 years. And these people still there. And now, because the new law in Ethiopia now, that if a refugee, I think it's in Kenya also something like that. Like if the refugee don't want to return, they have a right to, to get their citizenship, something like that. That thing now, since it happened, that thing is already taking place. Integration. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I was looking for the word integration. So till the integration was put in place now, this thing has made it very, Nuer are taking advantage of this. In large number, every single day, they're getting their ID, they're claiming their citizenship, those who were there for years. And where to go is like, I know never been asked if they're happy to live with these people. The government just do it by them home. They were just said there's a Nuer brother who already in Ethiopia a long time ago, they are happy. And now they're pushing this thing on throat of Anua to accept that they accept this integration of Nuer in Anua land. But Anua never been asked if they accept these people. And if you look in there also, in their large number and the community, the old people, these people have a large number. They should have been put pause on these people here. And that brings a lot of tension and the threat. And when it comes to killing, the other sister last night keep pushing this, oh, Anua kill. Anua, as Luo people, we are not like, we value life too much. You never hear in a story of Anua. Anua went to another place for invasion, to war, to take anything from nobody. Never. You will never see Anua gentlemen carrying their weapon to go to another community in a way of showing that they are men. They will never do this because we value life. We can't go and die for something stupid like that. So till today, these people are the one waging war on us, and we have to defend ourselves for years. And then they use this thing, those one, the bad one, the good one is still, the good one, we are still the good one, the bad one are the one who do that. So now we could get confused. We don't know which one is the good one, because the good one are not the one killing us, the one we think is the good one who live with us. They are the one turning against us. So that has bring a lot of things. That's why we, the Anua, are speaking out to say enough. these people were not bringing only, we will not be safe living around them. They were forced on us to live with us, but we are dying. These people are using their number to wave us out of our own land. And if you look at the history of Gambella, when the Ethiopian come before for Anua to become a part of Ethiopia, Anua are living in their own land. You see, we were already there in our own land before. We are not another community. As brother said about the video was explaining other community before they become part of Gambella. But the good thing, the other three communities, those people have their own village before they were put in under the Gambella. They were not in Anua land. But some, yes, moved to Anua, some district, very close. So because Gambella was an estate, Anua wanted for them to get their under other people before, that's why those people were put under Gambella. So I'm gonna leave it here. Maybe other brother can also put their own. If anything later, maybe I can put my own too.
I believe yesterday you didn't have a chance to speak, and today this is your chance.
Joshua, thank you so much. I don't have much to say. Much has been already said to our brothers and sisters. You see, the problem in our land right now, it's very simple. Because for Ethiopia constitution said that once you live 5 years in Ethiopia or more than that, you're an Ethiopia citizen. We don't deny that that's the policy. But what I want to right now it is that if they don't want to live in peace with us, what next? And what next, according to our opinion as Anuak, we want these guys to be relocated to some other part of the Ethiopia. Because right now, they have the right to say they're Ethiopian. And even the government said that whoever stayed more than 5 years, he or she can be a citizen. And that's not a problem. So because they don't want to live in peace with us for all these years, we have been trying to live peace with them, and they don't want. We leave some other country to them for them to live in, and yet they're still following us. They're still killing us. They're still killing, raping our women, killing our grandpa, killing our grandmama. You see, and touching them. So time come by where right now we say as Anuak, we are tired with them. We want them to be relocated to some other part of Ethiopia region, because Ethiopia is very big if we speak the true Jatara. So what I would like to say, and that's the only opinion, it is for my brother Nuer to be relocated to some other part of Ethiopia, so they can live there. If they will try to live with them, or they will not, they will be violent again as they do to us.
I think I will give us the presentation about the map, and then I'll let the join. Go ahead.
What we need to understand here first before we go ahead. Our brothers, our Nilotic brothers, Nuer, they do not understand the difference between citizen and natives. So, two different words. If you are a landowner, you're like a lord. If you're a citizen, you get a citizenship process. And
I think the audio is not very good with the Cham family. You're in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I'm struggling to. I'm not sure if you're using your computer or the phone. Okay, I think we come back to you later because now it's a bit topic. Okay, Cham family, I think I will come back to you later because now the audio is not good at all.
Put it on mute.
I think just So I believe, Nyamal wrote, I remember you from last night. You definitely Nuer. Jinoon is Nuer as well. I would like to ask Nyamal wrote, and as we remember from yesterday, we keep it very respectful. We don't go after each other's neck because we want a solution. The issue that we have today, is it an issue of Nuer reclaiming their land, or are they expanding? But before you answer that, could you tell me something about the North nation? Nyamal wrote.
Hey, KP, can you give me maybe 3 minutes and then I can join?
Okay.
Or maybe allow someone else to go for now.
Okay. You know, I think you can answer the question.
Okay. Where should I start? You ask like 2 questions.
Yeah, start with the North nation and the ideology behind this. What is it about?
Okay. Actually, North nation. It's just. It's not something that the North people are planning to do. It's actually the places where like the places where the North community live, and we don't want to extend it like the Anuak are claiming to. Because let me give you an example. The Nuer, they neighbor the Dinka, like especially the Dinka Bor in South Sudan, and in a place called Jonglei. So we've been fighting with the Dinkas, but at the end of the day, we respect our borders. The Nuer will never claim Bor as their land, and the Dinka will never come and claim Nasser and other places of Nuer to be theirs. So all this narrative of people trying to claim, trying to snatch land from the Anuak, I don't think it's true. And the other thing is, they talk of refugee. Yeah, in Kenya, you said you're a Kenyan. If you see the Somali refugee, they are not in central whatever. They are not in central, and they are not in western. Actually, they are in northeastern, where their fellow Somalis are living there. So you get same thing in Ethiopia. Yeah, you can even in Kakuma now. If you see Kakuma, there is a refugee there. They can never remove the South Sudanese refugee and place them maybe in Nyanza province. It can never happen. They need to be near to their, to where they came from, like the border. You get me, right? So same thing the Ethiopia government did. There is a Anuak refugee. There is a Nuer refugee, and there is Anuak's, Ethiopian citizens. Same thing, the Nuer Ethiopian citizen. So you see, the people they are claiming like let them move, let them remove the Nuer refugee. How about the Anuak refugee? Yeah, this is not logic. And if they don't want refugee, they don't have to go and fight. Physically the Nuer. They should just go maybe do a protest and something like the Kenyans, Mandamano, and the government will hear them instead of attacking the refugee. So I hope you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah. If they have problem with the refugee, let them not go and attack directly. Let them just go and deal with it with the government. Because at the end of the day, the government has to say, yeah.
Is there an eastward expansion by the Nuer from, let's say, Akobo or Nasir expanding more into Gambella? Is there such a thing or no?
There is no such a thing, because this thing already happened, like, 18th century, around 16, like a long time ago, like the Luo migration. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure there are some Luos who remained in Uganda and some are in Tanzania, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. And we have Luos in South Sudan. We have Luos like Jurchol. Jurchol actually Luo, just like you. You can talk with the Jurchol and you will understand yourself with them. So same thing happened to the Nuer. Nuer actually, this migration happened long time ago. Very, you cannot even track it. Yeah, so they've been living there for thousands of years. You cannot tell them to go back.
Because from my understanding, there seems to be an influx. There seems to be people moving from the west, moving eastwards, and the Anuak are trying to put a resistance. Don't come to my land. So you must be coming from somewhere. Is it true or not true?
Can I tell you this? Okay. In Akobo, in South Sudan, Akobo, majority are the Nuer people there as we speak, but they still Anuak. And you will never hear a Nuer person telling the Anuak, you don't belong to this land, go away. Actually, they live peacefully. Only the Anuak of Ethiopia are trying to push this narrative, Why is it only happening in Ethiopia, but in South Sudan people? Because in South Sudan, actually, they are the minority, very small. If the Nuer are so if the Nuer are so bad, I think they could just get rid of them in Akobo. But this is not happening. It's only happening in Ethiopia. This is a false narrative, and most of the time, the people who are just pushing this propaganda are outside Gambella. The people are warmongers. The people who are pushing all this narrative, the Nuer are doing this, are actually outside Africa, to be exact. And they are telling the Anuak children to go and fight while their children are just going to school in USA or Canada, Australia. It doesn't make sense, man.
I will ask you one more question.
Jachero, nataka nikupea example moja. Kwa hiyo example nataka nikupea iko hivi. Sasa kama vile uko hivi sasa Jachero. Kuna Kiswahili. Okay.
Well, maybe you could just ask me Swahili if you like.
Not everyone speaks Swahili, so I won't be able to understand what you're saying.
It's okay. Let me say it in Kiswahili and I will translate it back again to English. Now Jatero, kama vile Kisumu iko, si ndio? Sio ni Kisumu, unajua hiyo ni county ya Wajaka, si ndio? Na sisi sasa kama vile tuko hapo Kenya wakimbizi, si ndio? Usikie mkimbizi kuna bunduki Jatero, na huyo mkimbizi kesho anakuja anaua mama yako, anaua sister yako, anaua dada yako. What will you do?
Kuwafukuza.
The same thing is happening to us. We are not saying that we don't want to live with Noah. There's Noah who came to Gambella a long time ago and we were living with them very peacefully and they don't even like violence. Okay? Secondly, there's Noah who came to Ethiopia, I think from 2013 to 2016 when the civil war broke out in South Sudan. And they came as a refugee. And during that time when they ran to Gambella, they came with all the machine gun and wave and everything. They came with it in Gambella land. Okay? Because there's a game between Nuer and the Ethiopia government, if we speak the truth. By where the Ethiopia government is just allowing them to walk in with their weapon, instead for the Ethiopia government to tell them not to enter with their weapon, they are just being allowed to enter with their weapon. You see? And from there, Nuer keep killing our people, okay? And when we reach out to the government telling them, these are not refugees which we are living with them here. They are military. Because how come a refugee have a machine gun? How come refugee have a gun?
Okay, KP, I want to ask you. Yeah.
So yes, so we speak in quotes. I will just translate what he said. He asked me, just like in Kisumu, if there are refugees who would come and stay there, and the refugees have the guns, and the refugees would come and kill my mom, what would I do? This is what he said in Swahili. So I think everyone is up to speed. Yeah.
Okay. KP, I want to ask you this. They say refugee. So refugee officially put in South Sudan, in 2013, right? After the civil war. So ask the Anuak, when was this conflict started? Was it before 2013, or was just started, after the refugee came? I want to hear them. I'll wait.
Simon, I think
Can I answer that, brother?
Yeah, I'm asking my Anuak brother. Okay. This conflict between Anuak and the Nuer, is it just recently after the 2013 incident, or was it there before for centuries now?
My question, it has been there.
No, you answer the question.
Yeah, the question has been there because 2013 is not the only time the refugees arrived in Gambella. We started receiving refugees around 1956 or 50 something. That's the first time we, the Anua, the number of refugees has arrived in Anua land. So it has been years. And then also the one who come around 80 something, around 83, 82, 80 something, those Nuer, when the returnees, the other group of Junobin or South Sudanese went back to their country, the number of Nuer did not return back. If you see the Penudo refugee camp are still open till in 80, till now. So most of the people who are born there, they are around 30 years or something, they're still in that refugees, they never went back. So that's my question with you. And there's always a problem.
Can you guys give me a chance so that I could, answer the guy, Janine, when we talk about the history of Gambella or talk about the conflict between Nuer and Anuak, when South Sudan were fighting for the independence, they were fighting through the Anuak land, and that's Gambella. So when Ethiopia decided that it's going to support the SPLM, the South Sudanese fighting for their freedom, where did they settle? It was in Gambella, whereby they were given the chance to have a camp whereby they have their soldiers and everything. So for South Sudan to get their independence, they fight through the Anuak land. So meaning that the Anuak land was opened back then before even South Sudan get their independence. So when the South Sudanese start fighting with the Sudan government, Anuak land has been hosting refugees for years. So when we talk about the truth about Akobo, okay, let me finish. I will not interrupt you when you let me finish, then I'll give you the time. So Akobo has been, when we talk about the truth, Akobo is not even a name; it's a Anuak name. So when most of the parts of South Sudan is not good for cattle, grazing. So meaning that they have to look for a fertile land whereby they could settle and take their cows with. So you guys, most of the time, you guys migrated. But the problem where the problem come at is when most of South Sudanese came as refugees to Gambella during 1991, when the regime of Gambella, when the regime of Ethiopia, when they changed, when the TPLF took over, most of the people went back. But the most complicated thing is that you guys, when you came, you settled in Anuak land, and it has been peacefully, and you guys live peacefully because we are not violent mostly. We live peacefully wherever we go. But the problem is that you guys want to erase the truth now, because we have to tell the truth. Because Gambella has been hosting refugees before even the independence of South Sudan. So meaning that most of South Sudanese have settled in Gambella peacefully. But where the war come out between Nuer and the Anuak people is whereby you guys want to take that kind of way whereby you leave the Chinese people. But because now most people want to have the power, basically, because now there's more, as they say, there's more refugees, and most of the Nuer also that have settled in Gambella, there's more Nuer than the host people. So you guys want to have more power than the Anuak. So we have to tell the truth, because if we tell the truth and see what has been the problem, because the problem is that we have let you guys settle and live peacefully. But we have to tell the truth.
It's clear. He said Gambella belongs to Anuak. That's what they're claiming. So I think just to make it short, KP, if you have a spare phone, just can you go to Google and just say what the native, just Google it on something. It's free. Just Google what the native in Gambella. It's going to give you 5 tribes.
Okay, man. Okay.
Anyone can do it. Like
no.
Because people. Here's the thing. Yeah. People. We have to be honest. We don't have to. We don't have to claim like. If there is a Nuer in this panel who want to claim Gambella to be only for Nuer, I would fight him. I would tell him that's not correct, because Gambella doesn't belong to Nuer alone, and doesn't belong to Anuak alone. But the problem comes because you guys claim to be the native, and the Nuer and other tribes are just outsiders or refugee. Especially the Nuer are refugee, and they should go back to their land. And that is why we are in this mess even today. If you guys can accept we are all native, we are all Ethiopian, we can live peacefully. Like
I don't think you're even accepting.
But you guys are fearing. You guys fear. You want to keep Gambella to yourself. You guys have this fear. The Nuer population is getting bigger very soon. They will overtake us and stuff like that, which is wrong, man. We are in 2020, 21st century. Nothing like that will ever happen. But instead, if you have fear and stuff like that,
you give me another opportunity, because
you cannot push a false narrative, man. You cannot push a false narrative. Just recently in Kenya last year, in Kalbaye camp, I think in Kakuma, Kalbaye camp, 3 Nuer were killed by Anuak people. 1 was slaughtered like a goat. We have the evidence, we have the pictures and everything. There was a conflict in Kalbaye. And these are the things, man. The Anuak people, they always play victim. And they hate other, once they see you guys are growing in population, all of a sudden you become a threat. Yeah.
They don't have a problem with them. That's true, right? Is there?
We don't have a problem with them.
No, I say they do not have a problem with them. Is that true?
Yeah, they have a problem with that. Why are you guys fighting us?
Yeah, they do. Fighting, but you guys was fighting.
Yeah, they do.
Let him answer. Which other group do they not have a problem with? Fighting. They're trying to push off their land.
It's only the Nuer. Like they're only fighting the Nuer at the moment, because the Nuer are overtaking them. The reason is because let me give you the reason why they're fighting the Nuer. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah. The reason is other tribes in Gambella are not a threat. The Nuer are increasing in numbers. You get, and the fact that the refugee, yeah.
I disagree with that statement. Can I add to that? Just the Anuak not having a problem with any other tribe?
Yeah, you can just say it.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys...
Well.
Not only Amara, Oroma in that area, in Ethiopia area, because they... I can't categorize as all the Anuak people, but like there's a culture where they do tend to murder people one by one. And this happened a lot with the Roma community, where I think the Ethiopian government, I would even say, committed genocide against the Anuak in 2003, where Nuer people were actually hosting and hiding Anuak people. So if you are Anuak, I'm pretty sure you can recall that incident that happened in 2003, where the Ethiopian government went targeting you guys. And the cause of that started with the same problem that the Nuer are facing with the Anuak today, where they murder people one by one until everyone is sick of what is being done, and then people retaliate toward what the Anuak has been doing for decades or years. Because as Julie, what's her name? I can't see it. It's hiding by But the lady that spoke earlier, talking about she mentioned something that I can't recall right now because I'm a bit distracted. But so it's a false statement. The only group you have issues with is a Nuer. Is a false statement because you also have issues with other neighboring tribes that are native to Ethiopia even before Gambella was added to the map of Ethiopia as part of Ethiopia. I just want to add to that.
Let me answer the question for her. Please, can I say something?
Yeah, you can say, but I didn't finish my question. I asked if there's any community that they not have problem with. And then I also wanted to ask on the other side, is there another community that the Nuer have a problem with? Because I'm trying to see...
In Ethiopia or in general?
In general, the national
okay,
border...
so because we're talking about the map of Ethiopia, because we're talking about what's going on in Ethiopia, I think it would be a fair statement to say in Ethiopia. Because in Ethiopia, we don't have any issues with anyone else. And they don't even want to have issues with the...
KP,
that the national borders are new to us. We had our tribe.
KP, why don't I answer you this way?
So,
KP, why don't I answer you this way?
He was asking me, let me answer that. Like, if you say in general, what's happening in South Sudan with our brothers Dinka is not a personal thing. It's just politic issues. But I will not talk about the politic whatever differences about cattle raiding, which it's very common to all Nilots. Yeah, once you are a Nilot, people can go like the Nuer actually go and raid the Dinkas. The Dinkas do the same. Even the Taposas, they cross the border and go and raid the Turkanas in Kenya, because this is what actually the habit of Nilot. Like it's not a personal thing. And at the end of the day, you will never see a Nuer talk as like Dinka are not part of this and that and that. Of course, we know Dinka. We might have problem with them, but at the end of the day, they are our brothers. Yeah, and they are the native to South Sudan. We cannot live without the Dinkas. So if you want me to answer that, I think I did already. Yeah, but with the Anuak, we have the problem with them. They say we are not part of whatever. It's crazy.
KP, I think let me wait. Let me say something.
KP, could I also get a chance afterwards?
Are you Nuer or
Yeah.
I'm
Anuak.
Okay.
Yeah.
We come from Yang to Yang.
KP, I'm just going to answer a little thing, just a little question that you asked. Okay? Yeah, you say that are the Anuaks having any problem with other tribes in, let's be specific and talk about Gambella. The question is this, I'm currently in Ethiopia though. So I think I wanted to answer this because I hope I have the correct statistics about whatever has been happening in the Gambella region, okay? Yeah, the thing is this, there is the people that are called the Majang people. I hope you have heard about that, true? You guys know that the Majang have a border? Yeah, do you know that the Majang have a border with the Anuak?
Majanger, yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is this, what has been happening, what happens between the Nuer and the Anuak doesn't happen that much between the Majang and the Anuak. Reason being, the Majang people do not tolerate. If you do them one thing, if you kill one person from them, they will obviously kill a person, okay? So theirs doesn't play. If you go and check across their border, the land where they actually meet, you find that the land is empty. Nobody's actually there, okay? The land is marked. All what is there, what is found there is a checkpoint. Nothing else that is found there. You can find the people that are living over there. Reason being, if the Anuak do something, the Majang people will obviously do what? Will do the same thing. So these people, they have managed to coexist with the respect, knowing that these people could do this and these people could do this. But when it comes to the Nuer and the Anuak, there is this tendency that Nuer lets you do something twice or more than 3 times. But once you do it the 4th time, they will do what? They will do the revenge. Okay? That's why when you see it, you find that the Nuer and the Anuak living in Ethiopia, they have these common issues that they can fight it today, and tomorrow they will do what? They will overcome it. You find them fighting today, and in a couple of 2 days, you find them again sitting up together, eating together. But if you bring that situation, the same situation that is happening, if you come to say that, why is it not happening in South Sudan? This is a question that we're supposed to be, the people who are pretending, the people who are pretending today to be asking these questions or talking, defending our homes. The biggest question we should ask ourselves is, why isn't this situation happening in Ethiopia, in South Sudan? Why is it that the Anua and the Nuer people are not having an issue in South Sudan? Don't they have a common border? Or is it that the issue that is facing the Nuer over here is not facing the Nuer over there? That would be the bigger question that we ask. If we come back to the scope of Ethiopia again, the Anuak people have several stories of them killing the Highlanders. They have several stories. For a year, you might find that they might even kill 50 or more than 50 people, 50 Highlanders. But when you go to the
Highlanders are married, yeah, like just tell them Amara.
Yeah, I mean, no, when you say Amara people, it becomes a certain group.
Like
the Highlanders, they categorize all of them. Other Ethiopians. We categorize them as the Highlanders. Okay, so when you go to the whole story of the Gambella issue each and every year, you find that if Anabesh is being killed, if he has been killed, him or her has been killed by a Nuer, it either has happened through accident or through crossfire, but it is never intended. Okay, when you go to the Anuak side, you find that even in Gambella town, you will never find that Anabesh is killed in Newland, in Zero Andikabele, or Zero Ulet. But you will find that An Highlander is killed in Zero Sost, is killed in Zero Arat, is killed in Zero Amist. Okay? So if we come and ask ourselves again, what is happening? What is happening with our people? What is happening with our Anuak people? Are you still going to say that the Nuer people are the ones who are having more problems with the other people or with their neighbors? Or you will come and tend to say that no, it's the Anuak people that are having this issue. Okay? You guys are having this issue. You might have your own reasons. But because it doesn't involve us, we'll keep quiet. We'll let you do your shit, whatever you want to do. But when it comes to us, the Nuer.
I know they are Nuer in
South Sudan. Okay.
Now, I will try to exclude the Nuer in Ethiopia. Now, the question is, are there Nuer coming from South Sudan into the Ethiopian territory? And why?
As in the people that have come, like as you said, truthfully, the Nuer people that have come from South Sudan, we know what has happened in South Sudan. People didn't just migrate now. They migrated through what? Through what we call camps today. Through the hands of the UN. Okay? So any Nuer that comes over here, he's come seeking for what? Seeking for help. From who? From UN. Okay? But there were the people that were there that originally that are Nuer. By the way, the Nuer are divided into 4 groups. I hope you know that. And the only group that was basically living in Ethiopia here, that have the right to talk about the land in Ethiopia here. Yeah, okay. What I'm saying is this, the Nuer have 4 groups. And when you look at these 4 groups, there are 2 groups, let me say even 3 groups that have never crossed to Ethiopia, that cannot openly speak and say that this is our land in Ethiopia. There are people that just migrated through the problems that is happening right now in South Sudan. The unsettlement in South Sudan that is happening is the reason to why most of the people are here today. But those people whose lands were not touched by the government of South Sudan, whose lands have no wars, whose lands are not having any conflicts, none of them is here. But it is the people whose lands have got into conflicts, whose lands have been destroyed, people that cannot cultivate, people that have been affected by floods and the war. They are the people that have come here, seeking what? Seeking safety. Okay? But there were Nuer who are here that you guys know them, you have been living with them. They have been living in this land with the Anuak people for several years. And today, if the Anuak people come and say that no, that the Nuers are not Ethiopians, that's just a propaganda. You guys are failing to identify what is right. What is the right issue that you guys have to talk about? As Jinoon said earlier, you guys are fearing to tell the truth. The truth is, the Nuer population, the marriage that the Nuer people are going through today, the reproduction that they're going through, is faster than the Anuak people. Okay? It's faster than the Anuak people. But because you guys don't want to really identify saying that, no, you, the Nuer people, your population is increasing and ours is decreasing, ours is getting low. So by any chance, you guys might be what might have the highest population over here. So do this, and do that. Instead of them coming to address it that way, they chose to do what? They chose to go through violence. They chose to say that we don't want refugees in Ethiopia. But when you come to that point, it is not the Anuak people who will decide who to live in.
You did not answer the question.
It's not the Anuak.
Talk. You don't know how to answer the question.
Simon, I will finish. You will get your time, Simon.
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. So since
Let him ask you. Now I'm trying to understand something. The Anuak, they don't have problems with the Nuer, but they have problems with two things. The population of the Nuer is going up in their land. Okay? And another problem is what they claim are the attacks from the Nuer. But on the attack, I will try to keep it off. I want to ask, could it be that there were Nuer who lived close to the Anuak in Gambella originally? And these two people had no issue. However, as of this moment, there's an influx of the Nuer coming from South Sudan and joining that native population of the Nuer in Gambella. And now the population of the Nuer is going up. And now this is causing this worry. Would that be the truth?
No, it's not the truth. It's not the truth. The truth is this. The refugee camps have been installed in Gambella. Okay? The refugee camps have been installed by the government of Ethiopia and the UN. Okay? Each of you, I'm sure, each of you guys know that if you guys have a neighboring country that has a host community of your kind, in case of any situation, in case a war breaks out in your own country, they can never take you another place far away from your people. Are you hearing me, KP? Yeah. So instead of them taking to other parts of here, what they did is what? They brought them to the land where their core people are. Because we both know that the Anuak people are part of South Sudan and the Nuer people are also part of South Sudan. So what the government did was to bring these people into their own land, since the land resembles all of them. There is one camp that all of us know, the South Sudanese know. There's a camp that is called the Penyedu camp. I hope you have ever heard of it. This Penyedu camp was established during the War of Sudan, not South Sudan. Okay? And this refugee camp was hosting all South Sudanese. The Anua, the Dinka, the whatever, the Shuluk, the whatever, the Nuer, this camp was hosting all of us. Reason being, the land was for both of them. So they saw that these people, because they have the same culture, instead of us taking them somewhere else, we could bring them here. Today, instead of the sense of Ethiopia, the Anua, the Majang, and the Nuer, instead of them coming to sit on the table and be like, guys, let's control the movement of the refugees. Guys, the refugee number is increasing. What should we do? They could come into a common term and be like, okay, let's restrict the movement. Let's try and control how our town is. Let's try and control how our region is. Yeah, let's try to put the refugees, let's give them a minimum of how they should move, and how they should participate in the daily activities of our region. Okay? If they had come this way, there wouldn't be lives lost. People wouldn't be dying right now in Gambella. There wouldn't be this so-called issue that we are fighting over today. But instead of the Anuak people coming up with this, what they did is what? they started restricting movements by themselves. They started saying going out, killing a Nuer instead of killing a refugee. Okay? So because the Nuer...
okay. I think the majority of them not agree with what you just said. So I'll give them a chance to answer.
Okay.
But before then, I would like one person to answer this because there's a question coming from YouTube. But are there Anuak sections within the Nuer community that adopted Nuer language and cultural practices while maintaining their Anuak lineage? I think that's a question to the Nuer.
Yeah, true. They're there.
Do they?
They are there. We have intermarriages, we have families, we have children.
Oduch, I think you got the answer. The answer is a yes. Okay, so I give the Anuak a chance to respond to what Nyam just said. I see there are a lot of disagreements.
Let me start, then I'll give it to Uchala.
Yeah,
then I'm here for a chat. Yeah, then I'm gonna give it to Uchala. But let me start by saying, they've been, these guys, Janine and Garlwak, they've been talking about the population of Nuer in Gambella, but when it comes to refugees, the Nuer that migrated, they never say that they're Nuer that refugees, and that's the problem because most of these refugees, when they come to Gambella, they say, even now, most of them, when they come, they settle within the land of the Nuer that are already living there, meaning that they're not refugees. That's where the problem is. Because if they were refugees, why are they not into the camps? And another problem too, the camps that are being, the camps are no longer like, there are more camps in the Anuak land. And those camps are settled between the Anuak territories, meaning that, it will be a problem. Because there were places whereby the camps should be, But the problem is that these people are not telling the truth. You guys need to tell the truth. Because you cannot just say that the population of Nuer are increasing without including, why did it increase? Because you guys cannot just say that the Nuer have been, giving birth, and then you guys have a lot of marriages. That is not true. Because the war that happened, all of the Nuers that migrated, most of them, they settled between the Nuers. And meaning that the one that settled actually in the camps are not that much, and they are not identified. So this is a problem. And our problem is that you guys are not just increasing because of, you guys are marrying and what. No, we have to tell the truth. And then as we don't have, even with the inlanders, other Ethiopians, other Ethiopian citizens, we only have problem when you do something with us that we don't like. Because our problem is that we want the Ethiopian government to control the borders. Because most of you guys are just moving in and settling between the Nuer that are already settled there, meaning that you guys have increased. So now you're using, because you guys have increased, and then the population is growing, because other refugees have settled within you guys, meaning that you want more power than you want to get more power and get more positions within Gambella. So you're using the population against the Anuak people. And you're not telling the truth. You guys have to tell the truth. Why are more refugees settling within the Nuer that are already settled? Why? So meaning that you guys are not refugees. Refugees shouldn't settle and within the other Nuers that are already settled. So meaning that you guys have another agenda. Because even now, KJP, like a few days ago, there were more refugees that have been brought back from Asosa, and then they settle in new land. Meaning that new land is not, I don't know, is that a camp for refugees? Meaning that if you guys say that you're settled, and wait, let me
stop lying, stop giving wrong. KP, let me just correct just a minute, just one.
Okay.
KP, just one.
You don't want to hear the truth.
Don't give him, it's our turn now, bro. No, it's our turn to us.
I stopped other people from interrupting you, and so I'm stopping you from interrupting other people.
It's all good.
Okay. So keep it short because we need to.
Yeah, now we're going to keep it short. So those people that have been brought back from their source, I mean, they should have been taken back to the camps, and now the problem is that the UNHCR are running out of, the budget. They're running out of the budget. They don't have any budget anymore, meaning that they will let these refugees settle within Gambella. So meaning that it will create more problems. KP. So that's why we have a problem, because they're going to use this as a big chance so that they become like they have more. There's more than the Anuaks, and that's where the problem. This is not fair, Even that's what we have problem with. If this thing is settled, then everything will get better. That's why we have problem with. So I'll leave it to Chala.
Okay, Chala.
Thank you, KT, for the chance. I would love, to give historical context and to where we are currently, and I would love that, no one. Yes, I'll keep it short. Gambella is Annual land, and how we know this, our forefathers, naming rights. What I mean by naming rights, from mountains to rivers to animals, those are all Annual names. Now, other tribes that are in Gambella as indigenous peoples, the Majang, the Upur, the Como, their own lands are so small that over time the Ethiopian government incorporated them into Gambella. And the reason being, Ethiopia's politics is based along tribal lines. When they were forming states, the lands of the Upur, the Majang, they were so small to form their own independent states. But because we are people that are darker skinned compared to the rest of Ethiopia, then they all just grouped us together. Now, where the Nuer came into this picture, historically, the Anua and Nuer were never neighbors. Our neighbors were the Shilluk, Cholo, and the Dinka. Now, Nuer's entire culture is based off of if somebody has something, let's say land, and you can take it, then that's yours. While the Anua, we believe in something called Kel, which is basically my land is my land. I'm not going to go and encroach into somebody else's land. Now, they took over the Shilluk and the Dinka's lands that were our neighbors, and that made us neighbors with them. After a while, because those lands are not like arable, and the Nuer pastoralist community and the Anua mixed farming, we're basically along rivers and our lands are fertile. So whenever it would be the dry season, the Nuer pastoralists would come into Anua land to graze. And they would come in few numbers. Now, over time, their animals, their cattle, started disrupting Anua farmlands. And this is where the beginning of the conflict started. Traditionally, for the Anua, conflicts are resolved by the elders, the chiefs, and the kings. And the Nuer, for them, they also have their own elders, but entirely rule of law or somebody else controlling the narrative is not something that is kind of like allowed or normal in Nuer culture. But back then, because they were few, what they used to do, the Anua leaders and the Nuer leaders would actually meet and resolve this issue culturally. Now, after a while, certain Nuer pastoralists were not going back anymore to their lands. And they would ask for land in a very nice way. And for the Anua, it's entirely in our DNA and our name, that whatever I have, I can share with my neighbor, doesn't matter who they are. We believe that a visitor should be treated as God. That's something in our culture. So when they would come, they would ask for a piece of land where they can stay. It could be just one family or a few people. And then over time, they would invite their relatives to come in. And that's how the migration started. When they're still few in number, life is good. There's no issue, no problem. When their number increases to a tangible amount, then they would ask for certain rights, like, controlling the laws of the land. And when that doesn't work, intermarriages. Intermarriages, when it doesn't work, then the number increases. And when they become many, now it's force. It's either you do it my way or I will come kill you, murder you. This is what happened in Akobo. This is what happened in Nuam, which is now changed to Nasser. The Nuer started living there and migrating in the same way that I just explained. And how in the 1980s,
the Anua were massacred brutally by the Nuer there. And how, just give me a second, okay? Not 1 second, like 10 minutes. Sorry about that, kids coming in and out. So what they did, the leaders in Akobo, when the Nuer now were also part of the government, what they did, and the Arabs were also in that area at that time, the Anua leaders were being sent away. They were being told, oh, there's insecurity problem, or they were being given assignments in lands that are outside of Akobo. When all the Anua leaders were away, the massacre happened. The Anua people there were massacred. Some ran, and some that refused, the few that refused to leave, the Nuer forced them to, I forgot the word, but basically they were, I forgot what the word is, but they were assimilated, basically. They were told, you know, if you want to live here, then you have to be assimilated to be into Nuer culture. And that's what happened there. Now, when it comes to Gambella, and let's say New Land, which originally it was called Chankwar, how it came to be New Land, when there were refugee camps in Gambella, specifically Pinudo and other, Pinudo I think was the first camp, United Nations would bring the Nuer refugees from the camps to Chankwar, where they had like a makeshift hospital and also a school. And a notable Nuer figure, Tuatpal, he was one of the first Nuers that were in Chankwar, New Land. When he came, after a while, he asked the few Nuer that were there being brought to school and, you know, hospital, they asked for a piece of land whereby they could invite their families so that they're not far from their families. And that happened. But now, New Land wasn't just an empty piece of land. There were Anua villages there. It was called Chankwar. As I explained earlier, when the number of the Nuer that were now in Chankwar increased, they started massacre, killing and murdering the Anua people that were in Chankwar. And eventually that place became entirely Nuer, and the name was changed to what we now know as New Land. If you go to Gambella right now, all Ethiopian, Gambella is one of the most multicultural places in Ethiopia. I believe second after Addis. All Ethiopian communities live together except the Nuer. No one can live with them. They're all in New Land. There's a few light skin or Abesha in New Land right now as business owners, but before, no one could live there. The people in government, you cannot even go to New Land if you're not Nuer. You will not make it out alive. My parental homeland, my parental home was just in between New Land and where the rest of, you know, people in Gambella live. There's a road. My parental home was just across from that. And how, let's say, conflicts used to happen. No one had guns. When people go to school, it would always be, you know, throwing stones and stuff like that. And for some reason, we were always safe. They would bypass us and go into, you know, the middle of Anua homes. And that's how the war used to happen. And now how you know, we never caused conflicts. War or maybe any fights were always done in our homes. The Anua never went to New Land. We entirely left it for them. And then over time, when now the number increased, they started demanding more rights in government, demanding more rights to getting districts named after them. And you can go to a place as a visitor and they accept you, but you're not supposed to change the names that they historically have. In Gambella right now, a lot of Anua lands are being changed to Nuer's name. And this is something that they will, peacefully ask for. When it's not given to them, then war is waged to force it. The situation got worse in 2013, but before that, in the Anua not, a conflict-based community, which is something that's pretty much all Luo tribes as well. In the 1980s, when the Derg regime fell, tens of thousands of highlanders or light-skinned Ethiopians were brought to Gambella, and this is when there was a famine in Ethiopia. But Anua land, because of the arable land, we still had a lot of food. So tens of thousands of Highlanders were brought to Gambella. The local Anuak community were never asked. They were just forced on us, right? Though poor, the Majang there are our neighbors. If you think the Anua don't like living with neighbors, they're a very small community. We would have, taken over their lands and assimilated them forcefully to be part of us, but that has never happened. Now, you want to ask why the Nuer and the Anua have conflict is because the Anua are pretty much the majority landowners of Gambella. The Ethiopian government on the other side has its own agenda. Dark-skinned Ethiopians are not seen as Ethiopians in general. And Gambella happens to have a lot of minerals, a lot of gold, there's oil, anything can, be grown in there. And it's pretty much a place where if the government develops, Ethiopia gets to eat, which is already happening. But what they want is that they want the benefits of the land without the indigenous population. Now, what the government of Ethiopia realized, and this is what happened in 2003 when they committed genocide against the Anua, they realized there's a community that's already here. They came as refugees, but as the constitution allows it, after a while you can become an Ethiopian citizen, but you're not indigenous to that land. What they saw was that these two communities have historical problems, and we have our own agenda. Instead of having blood on our own hands, let us leave them to kill the Anua, to finish them, and then afterwards they will come in with their own agenda. In Gambella, Anua people are just being killed left and right. The government never does anything. We cry out, they just watch on the sidelines. Now, eventually, when the Anua is fed up and decide to, defend ourselves, the government comes in, we're troublemakers. You're doing this, you're doing that. And then they decide to do disarmament campaigns. You know what's funny? They only come and do it in Anua households. They leave the Nuer with the guns that came over from the border. They leave their Besha with their guns, basically saying whenever another conflict happens, you people will not be able to defend yourself and we will not defend you too. That's what happened. Now, when it comes to politics, it's entirely based along tribal lines in Ethiopia. And it's based on population who has a majority, right? When the Nuer in 2013, the influx of the refugees that came in, they were counted as part of the population of the Nuer that had already been there for a very long time. And that now gave them majority. And so majority rules, then now they demand to be in government. Right now you go, someone with no basic education is in government working. The local indigenous people, most of them are not in control. Leaders, they just came a few months ago. You have an Ethiopian passport. How does that happen? If you're born, let's say as an Anua person in Addis, do you know you cannot be given a birth certificate that you were born in Addis Ababa? They tell you to go back to Gambella to get it. But if an Habesha is born in Gambella, they can get a birth certificate from Gambella. That's how tribalistic and colorist Ethiopia is in general. Now, what they want to do is that eventually, because we are a community that's small in number, they want the Nuer to eventually, let's say, get rid of all the Anua people in Gambella land. Ethiopian government agenda would be to come in. They know the Nuer are not indigenous to Gambella. You guys are not Ethiopians. You're not owners of this land. Go back to South Sudan, and then they can have free will to do whatever they want to do with the land. But the Nuer think otherwise. They think, we're a majority, will be able to control it. Currently, the conflict that just happened, the military is on the ground. They watch as people are being massacred. They watch as Anua homes are being raided and razed to the ground. They know what's happening, but they just allow it. Now, if the Anua were in turn going to do that to the Nuer, then all hell breaks loose. In 2003, what they did,
I think other people should talk too.
Okay, I'm just
let him finish.
I have one question to the
I'm just saying.
Are there Anuak refugees either on the Ethiopian side or South Sudan side? Are they Anuak refugees?
Let me answer that.
Yes or no?
There are Nuer refugees in Gambella, the ones that came from South Sudan. And the reason why they're there, when the war in South Sudan happened, the civil war, it also affected them. Now, Gambella is still their ancestral lands, but they're not Ethiopians. They are Nuer from South Sudan. They live in camps. When we talk about we do not want refugees anymore in Gambella, it's not only Nuer that are refugees in Gambella. There's other tribes, but those tribes have no issues at all with the local indigenous population. It's only the Nuer.
Okay. And someone mentioned that the refugees have guns. Is this also the Nuer refugee?
The Anuak refugee don't have guns at all.
Good question. Thank you, KP. Good question.
I need an Nuer to answer that. Then we go back to Anuak. So you answer both. Do the Nuer refugees have guns? Do the Anuak refugees have guns?
Just the question, or should I speak about whatever you are saying?
If you can answer my question.
Okay, yeah. As I know so far, I don't remember any camp that there's the Anuak people in it in Gambella. So as you said that they are refugee Anuaks, I don't know where they are. I've never heard of the Anuak refugee that have come in Ethiopia from the war that happened in South Sudan. The refugee that would have come, it was like, it wasn't in 2013 when the war broke out in South Sudan. It was like maybe 2018, 2019, I think, when they had an issue with the government of South Sudan at the border called Pochala. So those Anua who are refugees, they might be in Gambella land, but not in a land that is reachable to the North people. So they are border. We know nothing about it. I cannot actually say that they have guns. The people that have guns right now are the citizens of Gambella, as the Nuer and the Anua. The refugees, even if they might have guns, that would be a question that would be answerable to the federal government. How are these people having these guns? Yeah. So I have a few questions, which I think you are available. Yeah, I'm sorry. Uchala, you mentioned the name called Tuwat Pal. Do you know him clearly? Do you know him properly?
I know his history.
Okay, do you know the year when he was? Do you know the year when he was ruling, and what part of Ethiopia was he ruling?
He did rule Gambella, and I just explained to you why that is the case.
Oh, he ruled Gambella.
He wasn't ruling. Sorry to interrupt. He wasn't ruling. He's a member of the party, so he presented Gambella.
Okay.
He wasn't ruling.
It's okay. PK. PK, I'm going to answer to this. I asked him, but it's not the right answer that he has given me. Yeah, there was, before Ethiopia was divided in two regions, Ethiopia was divided in a way that there was nothing called Gambella. Okay? There was a part that was called Elebabur. Elebabur was the region that even included the so-called today Jima Urumia Kelil. There's a, I hope, KP, are you from Ethiopia? Okay, thank you. So you might not know this actually. Anyway, let me explain it to you this way. Ethiopia was divided into the so-called, the things that we could call East, West, Central, and South. Okay? So there was a part, let's say that somebody could be given a part of a country, let's say that somebody who could rule all over the east part of Kenya or the east part of Ethiopia. And when you say the east part of a country, it's so large that it has cities in it. Okay? So the guy who was called Tuwatpal, he ruled over that before even Gambella was even given a title name, a region. Okay? So the reason why I'm asking him, he mentioned that the Nuer people came as refugees into Gambella. And the refugee camp that was called Pinyaduk, that is currently called Pinyaduk, As I told you before, it was a refugee camp that was established during the war in Sudan, not South Sudan, before even the establishment of South Sudan. Okay? We all know that South Sudan was recently established in 2011. But this war was between the the people that we call the South Sudanese today and the Northern Sudan. Meaning I could say the Arabs and the Junubin. Okay? So this camp was hosting all of us, all people that were part of what? That were part of South Sudan, all the Junubin, which mean include the Dinka, the Nuer, the Chuluk, the whatever, all the other tribes. And all those tribes, the reason why Gambella was chosen, Gambella in the history, Gambella was a part of South Sudan, was a part of Sudan, I mean. Okay? There are two lands. One land in the northern Ethiopia, and then there is this land in the western Ethiopia. Okay? So this land in the western Ethiopia was for Sudan, the so-called today Gambella. And then there is a land in the northern Ethiopia that is called Gondar, something like that, a part of Gondar, ahead of Gondar, not actually Gondar. So for easy administration, this government of Sudan couldn't easily get into Gambella for administration. So anybody that was rebelling against the government of Sudan was basically where? In Gambella, because it was not reachable. Okay? So the two governments came into agreement. The government and the government of Sudan and the government of Ethiopia, they came into an agreement, hey, I cannot manage to administer this land because it is too far. The same to you, the government of Ethiopia said that I cannot administer the other land because it is too far for me. So the thing is this, let us exchange the lands. Because we have the common borders and we have the friendship that we have today, let me take this land and then you take this land. Okay? So Gambella, with its people, it was integrated into what? Into Ethiopia. And the other land with its people was integrated into Sudan. I hope you are hearing this story. Okay? So that's how Gambella became a part of Ethiopia today, the one we know today. Okay? Hence, if I come to the people of Gambella, the Nuer and the Anywaa have been living together for centuries. Gambella is not the land that they should be talking about today. We go way back into lands where we had relationships, where we live together. Okay? But with whatever issue that keeps on coming, there is somebody that has to leave their land, either they like it or not. When the war breaks out, if it's a big war, people tend to leave their land. You either leave your land if you have been beaten. Okay? So today, when we see when these people, the Anuak people, come and complain that no, this is our land, I might not blame them, as me personally. Because now the land that people are in today, it has gotten borders. They start their shit, and when they pay the consequences, they tend to extend into another land where they feel that they will not have anything to do with a neighbor. And now because the land has been marked and it is having borders, they have nowhere to go. Okay? But instead of coming to understand that how we could live with our neighbors, how we could coexist with them, they tend to start what? Instead of speaking verbally, they started by war. They started war. Okay? The refugee camps that they are talking about today, these are refugee camps that were established in 2013. I hope you know what happened in South Sudan in 2013. South Sudan got independence in 2011, and then in 2013 it went into war. Okay? So this was the year when they were established. But there were Nuer people who were living in this land before 2013. Before the first refugee camp that I told you that is called Pinyiduk, before it was established. Most of the people that are speaking over here today, they either went they went to the US through two camps. The one that is called Pinyiduk camp is the camp that the majority of South Sudanese went America through. Okay? The second one, they had an issue with the Ethiopian government in 2003. Their own shit. They did it. They had a war with the Ethiopian government. So they have a camp. Any child that has gone abroad, he might have not spent more than 23 years right now abroad, if we count from 2003. But there are people that have spent over 50 years in America. That means it was which camp? It was the Penyedu camp. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Let me conclude it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Let me conclude by saying this. The Anua people, sometimes if you look at them, politically they are good people. They know how to talk in politics. They are good politicians, better than the Nuer people. Why? The politics comes with lies. To be a good politician, you have to know how to lie. You have to know how to create a story. But we, the Nuer people, we are lazy in politics. Okay? So if there's anything that the Anua put into their mind saying that we don't want this, we can do this and this and this, yes, they can do it because they know how to talk. But the Nuer people, we are not good at talking. We don't talk that much. If you come to us with an agenda, forcing it to us every day that we have to do this and this and this, we'll say, now, we'll let you do whatever you want to do with it. Okay? We have people that want to live in peace. The way he said that in New Land, that there are no highlanders in New Land. Let me tell you, the whole Gambella can be in war. The whole of Gambella can be in war, but you can never hear a bullet in New Land. But the problems, the last one. The last one. The reason why the big complaint that in New Land, the way he was saying that New Land, that there are no people, other people living with the Nuer over there, it's because the Anua people keep on selling their land to the islanders in their areas. But the Nuer people, they don't like selling land. We give our land by renting. We let you rent the land. You live in it by renting. But the Anua people, they have sold the whole town, the whole of Gambella, or the whole of their site. They have sold it to the Habesha people, to the highlanders. So today, because they see the Nuer people, that we know that we are going through crisis. We know that we have people that are suffering in South Sudan. We know that our land doesn't have minerals that they have. These people have gold, they have diamond in their land. But the Nuer people are people that are benefiting on cows and maize. So because we know that the issue that we're having, we know that how land is important to us, we don't sell the land, but they sell the land. And today they come here opening their mouth, saying that New Land is a land where people are not going there. So my brother, the conclusion is this. These people are just here to create propaganda. Gambella is for all of us. Whether they like it or not, they will never force us out of it, and we'll never force them out of it. It's our land, all of us together. The Ethiopian government knows what has been happening. Okay? So that's what I can say.
Thank you so much. We will give Anuak a chance to respond. But everyone watching, if you're new here, my name is KP Jalu Abroad, New Ambassador in Central Africa. I'm a documentary filmmaker, so if you have a chance, please click the link on my TikTok profile and click YouTube and watch just one of my documentaries and share another with your friends. So if you click the link on my TikTok, you'll find several other links to my GoFundMe, to YouTube, to Instagram, Facebook, and above all, there's a website at the very bottom. So click that link and you can explore everything there. So now I'll give one Anuak a chance to respond to what Nyang said. And let's also talk like we are brothers, because even when I see the names of the Nuer, Nyang sounds very low. Ruot, I saw the girl, sounds very low. So we should move more towards finding a solution. But first, I will give the Anuak a chance to respond to what Nyang said, because I see several comments saying that he's lying.
Give it to me, but also you forgot Simon. See, when you start the live, the young boy come here, but he haven't speak anything.
So do we get a chance to Simon?
No, I want to answer, because there's a question before. There's a question you put, but on your side we haven't answered. You jumped to other topic. You know, there is a question about those Anuak who are assimilated, if Nuer allowed them to practice their culture and belief, and the answer from Nuer, they say yes, but we Anuak, we did not answer that part, because for Anuak side, because the people in Nasser who are remain descendants of Anuak, they never practice Anuak. The only thing you see them Anuak is only names you see them, but they have mark on their forehead, they are fully Nuer, and they can never admit that they are Anuak. Because if they deny the Anuak part, because them being say they are Anuak, that would bring a lot of trouble to them. So till today, they are in Nasser, but they have nothing to do with Anuak. They're really fully assimilated, fully. And then also when they come, I know a lot has been said When it comes to Anua refugees in Gambella, the one who are in Anua refugees, those are the Anua of Akobo. We're still speaking now of Akobo. Anua left Akobo around 1986, 87. That's the majority of them because the Nuer, what they have been through with the Nuer, a lot of them left their home, and also what happened in South Sudan, they run to camp. So now they have nowhere to go. They're still in Punyudo camp. The brother here said he never heard of them. No, these people come long time ago, but they have no home to go because they're home of occupied by who? By the Nuer. And the same Nuer who come with friendly, good, we coexist, we stay together as brother Yankle doing here. But at the end of the day, they will push the same Anua out and they will claim over. So those Anua have nowhere to go. But that story is left for South Sudan because if the government in the power, maybe one day they will deal with that issue and Anua of South Sudan will return back to their land because the South Sudan know that the history has been known because it wasn't century as they claim. Because around 1956, the Akobo entire Anua were living there. It's only the three family members were the ones searching for a place and then also to put their children in the school because at the time Akobo have missionary, the white people who have taught the people in the school. And those Nuer come with their family that they want their son to attend the school and they are allowed. But as we said here, years, that the number increased and the violence come and the pushing Anua out with the violence and massacre, as the brother has said. Okay, come to Anua if Anua have problem with other community. That one we haven't answered. So if you look at both sides, I will speak on both sides. Anua in South Sudan, they have problem with where the people of Akobo. The problem with not that kick them out, make them not live in Akobo now. That's another one. And then the reason now that now South Sudan, they never have the same problem we are facing now in Ethiopia because there's nobody neighboring with Nuer again in South Sudan because that land is empty. The other side where I live is so far away from the Nuer, they are not neighbors anymore. So between them is a lot of miles to reach where Anua Pichala is far away. So the Congo is the people of the Congo were the one crossed with Nuer and they are no more there anymore. There's nobody living there. The land has already completely Nuer take over them. So when it comes also to Gambella, because we have to be honest to each other, when it comes to Gambella, Anua never has any single problem with the neighbor as he claimed. If anything happened in the Gambella between people who live in the Gambella, because Gambella is a region, could be misunderstanding between Islander and Anua, and those things was dealt with in Gambella because those are citizens. Any citizen you see in Kenya, whenever there's a problem, this problem can happen to the community, but it doesn't mean the community, because if Anua have them, why allow the other community to migrate to Ethiopia? If you look now, if you go to more village of Anua now, as we speak, they have this land going there doing business there. So you can see there's a peace there. So there's a land that they are going to do business because misunderstanding, people should not use it as something. When it comes also to what happened to Anua 2003, Nuer should not come here and beat their chest. This is the same thing happening now to Amara. Amara is now, they've been killed by the government in Ethiopia. As brother said, there's a lot of things in Ethiopia come to ethnic group. When the government is not happy with certain ethnic group and what they're looking for, they will use violence on them. It happened in Amara, it happened with Oromo before and other people. And when it comes to Oromo too, if you see the history, people always not about talk. What happened between Gambella town, between maybe Oromo man and Anua man, that thing is not considered as a war. It's a misunderstanding between citizens. But there's no war between Oromia and Anua in history of Ethiopia. Either they border for years, but they never fight for themselves. So there's nothing between them. That's you cannot say they have problems. But with the Ethiopian government, because the regime were forcing things on us, they want things from our land, and we never allow them because we have the gold, we have everything. And that's the main target that we were feed that Anua the problem here because they don't allow us to do what we want. But the Nuer team, because they've never been affected by it, and they will never, they remove themselves because they take advantage of that too. Because 2003, a lot of well-educated Anua were pushed out from the land, a lot of them were killed, and that has given Nuer opportunity and chance to claim more power that it is before. Because before 2003, around Gambella and Gambella city, town, you never see single Nuer. The only people you see are business people coming from town doing business thing, around. Then when the sunset, they go back to where they live. It's not how it is today now. So they take advantage of what happened to my mother. Why today they will come for it. Anyway, let leave that aside. Let's come to Nuer. They deny them not having problems. The other guy here claimed that what they have with Denka, we all Nilote, we know each other. When you talk to Nilote, we are Nilote, but we don't red cut off. We don't go to another person. Don't include Nilote with raiding cut off. That is only practice with certain community within Nilote. You have to say that. Because there's some Nilote, they never been a part of raising people cut off, going to other community to steal or destroy or kill other person. Thing. When it comes to Nuer, you see Chulu, as brother said, we never these people before they migrate to our land. We border with the Chulu. These people have problems with the Chulu and they are fighting as we speak now. On what of land? The same which we are facing, coming accommodating Nuer, tomorrow Nuer will change the name of the land and say, come here, come and take me out if you want, if you are man. That is what I think in South Sudan. These people have problem with a tribe called Murle. They have problems. But the Murle, because also the red cattle, that is their own problem. Because Murle go to get red cattle, they come to Murle. These people have problem with, because in South Sudan, Nuer and Anywaa, Shuluk, Anywaa, and Denka and Sholo. These are the neighboring people, like they have village clothes. But Anywaa now, as we speak today, the one who never will Nuer disappear. Those are the Akobo people who are totally accessible from their ancestral land. Islam is only owned by Nuer. We have to say the truth when we speak, because you don't need to jump. People know. The South Sudanese are here listening. People know the history, and people know before even Nuer start migrating. It's not something to deny here. Nobody know. No, people can move looking for safety place, but deny other person right to claim using your number. That is the thing today. What Nuer is suffering. Nuer are suffering today as we speak. It's not denying it. You see, in South Sudan, they have been suffering. There's nowhere to live. Even if you look back to where they're originally from, you will see it online. What are they going through? Till today, they're still fighting with their government. And the main thing, what is the power? Because these communities are power-hungry people. When they are not in power, they will never sleep. And that is what they are. It's not like Anywaa would not let them. They would be, because Anywaa have been always be nice to them. If you see that a smaller community, never get opportunity one Nuer get from Anywaa. You see, it's supposed to be Anywaa and Upo and Okomo, but Anywaa is giving them more higher hand. Now the power, most of position is even occupied by Nuer than other community, but those communities feel that, if we have somebody who can present, that's the authority. It's the same thing with Anywaa. You see, if we have power-hungry people who would have fight with other Ethiopia now for the power, for the leadership in Addis Ababa. So we don't do that because we believe as long as we have one person presenting, like there's nothing much, We are not power-hungry people because we are people who are grown in leadership. Starting from your family to kings and kingship, we know that we don't just run to other community, looking for all these things. I should leave it here and I should be talking much, but I want to answer. That's why I was waiting. Please give smaller sign to my brother Simon. He has been here for long. Please, before you give it to the Queen or somebody. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me a chance. Also, I heard everything she said, and most of everything she said is true. And one of the things I want to talk about early is about the refugee. The movement, they don't want to accept it that they have to separate the refugee. They don't want to accept it because if there's a consequence every year that we're going through, and when we go and ask who did that, we don't know who did it. We have to separate the people to see who did it. So that way, right now, if they unalive Anuak and Anuak went and retreated back, they will say Anuak unalive a refugee. We won't even know if it's the other Nuer or other Nuer. So for now, since we don't know who's causing the problem, and the population of refugees, and the population of refugee is high, like right now, like 447.095. That's a lot. That's a lot of refugees in that little region over there in Gambella for that. So for those refugees, of course, it's going to cause a problem because those refugees they come with a stammer tribe. Some of them they have PTSD and all of that. So for now, and also those refugees were mixed with those people together. If they were separated, if they were put in a different camp, we would have known the differences between those people or who did it. But they were mixed. So for now, to fix the problem, we have to move to separate the refugee with these people. So we have to put the refugee in different area. So now we all know who will do the problem at that time, and the government would know because right now the government is confused. The government doesn't know if it's doing Anuak or Nuer or other refugee. So for other way, for us to know what the problem that is going on and peace to come, we have to separate those people that was brought over there. And the number of it is a lot, and they're still bringing more people. And it's hurting the people, the indigenous people of those lands. They already took the population over, not just Anuak, all the indigenous of Gambella, they already took over the population. So that even if I show that to somebody else that is not from Ethiopia, when they see the population of refugees, they will be, wow, that's hurting. Because why Ethiopian government allow all those refugees in Gambella is bigger than the refugee in Somalia, is bigger than the refugee in Afar, is bigger than the refugee in Tigray. It's the bigger refugee came in East Africa, in Gambella, that small land. So that's why we have to separate them. And it's a lot of them. We have to separate if we want peace. And that's the only way we can do it. And you guys have to accept it because even right now the world will be like, oh, we don't want a refugee to get moved, but you guys think we are the one who are alive refugee. So we need to remove refugee so it can be those who say they're from there, live over there, and we would know, the government would know who caused the problem, or who did this to the best, or who did this to the best. Because right now, we don't know who did those things to the best that happened in Ethiopia. Everybody's claiming it's this person, is this person, is this person. But if we separate the people like refugee and put it somewhere else, we will know because we all know the population of the indigenous people in Gambella and we know all the area they live in. And I'm gonna give it to somebody else. Thank you so much.
Queen, I'm not sure if Queen is aware of
No, I'm from Anuak tribe. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me for your show. Yesterday I came, but you almost closed down the line. So, yeah, appreciate for your time. It is not easy for us the Anuak and Nuer together to talk with them. It is not easy. If you're not strong enough to give your time, it will be really messed up. Yes. So, okay. My thanks goes to my brothers and sisters of the area on behalf of our people. First of all, we are lovely people and peaceful community. The Anuak people are well known as peaceful people in the whole world. Even South Sudan and Ethiopia, even the one live in Kenya. Then some of them are living in Kenya. They are refugees during what happened to them in 2003. What are now are beating their chest, say this and that about what happened to them. So to go to the topic that why Anuak and Nuer they have been fighting in Ethiopia, which is particular in Gambella, is because of the land. We actually we allow Nuer, we welcome them. It's not just in Gambella, how we welcome them. One of my sisters, she talked earlier where this history is started from. In Akobo, which is, we call it Chiru or Akobo, where they came there as a few of number. When I heard from our parents, they said they only came as like 4 number of the Nuer. After that, they start bringing their family, and then the number go on. And then when they came as a big number, they start killing the Anuak and Akobo. When the women go to collect firewood, they will go after them and kill them. So the fighting starts between them and the Anuak. When they get defeated, they use the government. They manipulate the government. They use the white people, because that time I heard there's white people there. And then they lie on the top of the Anuak, and the Anuak get killed. But God willing, they defeat the white people. And then they start intermarried with Anuak families to mix Anuak and Nuer. But because other Anuak doesn't like that, they don't allow that to happen to them because they figure out that when they want to assimilate them. And because of the war that they also start with the Anuak killing people back and forth, they fight. And because of the number of Nuer, and they chase away the Anuak people from Akobo. That's why the other Anuak and Gambella become refugee and Pinyuru. Pinyuru is a part of Anuak land under Gwagwarara. Pinyuru. No, Pinyuru. Pinyuru is a part of Anuak land. It's not very far from Gambella. It's only maybe 2 hours away with a car. It's under Gwagwarara. So those name I just mentioned is Anuak land as well. And Pinyuru, there's a big number of refugees there. To go back a little bit, there's a new, which is they call it Nasir now. My sister, she talked about it earlier. The Anuak who are now living there, they are all assimilated. They have parents.
This assimilation, is it because they're willing or is it a forced one?
It's forced one. It is forced one. Because according to the people who live in that land, they start also do and married with the Anuak, and the people who doesn't want that, they run away without fighting with them. They just go. And the one who remain, they force them. They put them up and for it, and then they married their women. So they are completely Nuer because we don't have map on our face. And if you see a map, it's Nuer. So they totally assimilate by force by the Nuer people. And now they're remaining in that land as a Nuer community. So we the Anuak, we living in Gambella, the Nuer themselves, they know very well. Even if they lie, they know from their heart, they know. So we came all the way. The Anuak who came from that, they came all the way to Pinyuru because they have no land to live there anymore. But these Anuak who are living in Gambella, they've been there centuries. So during Anyanya 1, That's how the Nuer came to Gambella during Anyanyawan. So when they came because they have a war in South Sudan. They want to make South Sudan independent, but not only them. There's the Ankara, there is Shulu, there is Novas, there is Uru. A lot of tribes from South Sudan, they all came to Ethiopia to shaking a place, to shaking a place that they can fight back to their country, which is Ethiopian government allow them to have this there, where they can live and go back to their country when they get back. So when the South Sudan gets independent, all refugees, yes, all the tribes who came from South Sudan, they went back, except the Nuer. Why the Nuer remain in Gambella, particularly only in Gambella, is because they have the plan to take Anuak land, which is they always plan for it, where they're killing Anuak. When you go by yourself, even if two women go on the road, they will go and kill them and put their stick on them. Who does that in this world? If not only Nuer. They're killing people in a bad way. So to have it up, for this situation to happen now, some week ago, they start attacking their bus by themselves, and then they will put it on the Anuak for aid. And then after that, they kill two ladies. They do the other one, she's pregnant 3 months, the operation, the young lady, when she already died. And they remove the baby and put it on top of her. Who does that? If not Nuer. And that area called Kirkidi is a refugee camp, and they're the only Nuer living in that area. And it's not none. These people, we allow them, but they have been killing us so bad. So after they killed those two ladies, they attack another bus so that they want to lie on the government. They want to try what they did in Congo to do it here also in Ethiopia, so that they can make the Ethiopian government to kill us. That's what the plan is. That's why they will kill people on the road, and they say the Anuak did this. The highlight they're talking about it here is other people. This is the government of Ethiopia who is supposed to protect the community, but they're killing them, even in Lare, Joko, where the Nuer community is. They kill these people, they kill the government, but no one talking about them. Because when you go talk to them, to the Nuer, and ask them why they do that, they will kill you completely. They just do it. So to come back, when they kill these two ladies, they kill one commissioner. Is a commissioner, is a police officer. The guy went to the office, they just kill him in front of the office. So that's how the Anuak people get out and defend the guy. They just want to pay back for what happened because it's too much. They've been killing day and night. So to come in this Chongqua, they are talking about it here, it's not new land, it's called Chongqua. This is an area that is belong to Anuak and Gambella. It was one guy who are living there. It was only one guy from the Nuer tribe. It's called Maxwell. This Maxwell, he married a young woman. So because he married a young woman, the Anuak community give him piece of land to live there. So after he was giving piece of land to live there, he bring his cousin. Now they become a big number and that's Chongqua. And then they decide more of people. That's why they are not leave that area and leave it to them. But the area is not very far from the Gambella town. It's just in the Gambella. So now they're only remaining in that area, and they name it new land. If you check, even if if you don't even know the place, even you don't know the history, if you just hear new land, you will know exactly these people is not belong to here. That's why they name it a new land. It's not. If the land belongs to you, why do you name it a new land, new place? That means it's not belong to you. This is somebody's land. So the problem now, the population of the refugee, which is the Nuer people, is become large and large because the border is not blocked. The border is just open between South Sudan and Ethiopia. So now, all the time they just traveling back and forth. They will go in South Sudan and fight with the younger people, and then they come and cross the border and come to Gambella. This is why we say we don't want them, because they are the people who doesn't live peacefully. So we said enough and enough. We don't want them completely. We don't need these people. We really done with them. No matter how much they try, we don't want them.
Because now is already one, there are two things that we look at. One is that we have to drop some people and bring new ones. But two is that we like to ask some questions and we only answer straight, no stories. Since when Anuak speaks, there are so many ways saying lies. When Anuak speak, the Anuak are saying lies. So, as a neutral person, I'm left wondering which lie is a lie and which lie is the truth. So I would like to give one Noel a chance to tell me what they feel is a lie in the narrative of the Anuak. But don't give me stories, just give me the points. Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just talk points here.
Because this KP, we are looking for solution. How can the two community live together, right? And so far, like what Galwag said, we don't have problem with the Anuak, despite them calling us refugee. They say new land. You know, new land is not a land. It's just a fake name and stuff like that. If you go to Riru, have you ever been in Riru, KP? Yeah, and around 2008, 2007, there wasn't a place called Vipers, but today there is a place called Vipers, just within Riru, right? Like there are some new places just emerging out of Riru, Bypass, Kitanguri, prison and stuff like that, right? So same as Gambella, Newland is just a name just recently, and doesn't make them, the people of. So my question is, Anuak, the question I want to ask you, KP, are Anuak part of the group? Yeah, so that it will help me, answer your question. Are Anuak part of the Luo community in large? So where do the Luo migrated from, like the original homeland of the Luo people?
It depends on how far you take your history, but we maybe it's recently.
If we go back here,
okay,
is it Barkazal? Barkazal is 1,000 miles from Gambella. You get me? So if they are Luo, obviously they migrated from Barkazal all the way to Gambella. Alright? So did the Nuer. Alright? And now we find ourselves in Gambella, all of us. There's no way you can say so and so are indigenous, are the people of the land, and others are not. We're looking for solutions here. As the Nuer, I have no problem with the Anuak people. What I want is, because clearly we can all see, every time when a Anuak person talks, they always mention the population. As a neutral person, you can clearly see, whenever they talk, they always mention the population is rising, which might be a threat in future, And if they have a problem, like who gives the citizenship in Kenya? Is it the government or the people of Gambella? Of course, it's the government. If the government is giving citizenship to the Somalis who are refugees in Garissa, will the Kikuyu go and find the people, the refugees in Garissa? No. So we're tired of this thing. If they have any problem with the refugee, just with the refugee, let them not take the laws in their hand and attack the people. Let them just go and solve it with the government. And the government, like Uganda now, Uganda hosts almost 2 million. I mean, I think we all know Uganda hosts 2 million refugees. And actually, who are the native? Actually, we have South Sudan and actually Uganda. They will never go and attack people there in Gulu. If they have any problem with it, the government will solve it. This is what I'm telling my Anuak brothers. If you see, like, if you don't want the refugee, instead of going and putting the laws in your hand, just go and sort it out with the government. Yeah, thank you.
But please, just give me the point on what you think is around it, because
thank you, KP. By the way, sorry. At the beginning, I didn't actually appreciate you by what you did. Most of the times, the things that are happening nowadays in this world, they need to be solved by us, the youth. When we come together and decide to change, to see what is happening around, we might get a solution to whatever the situation is. So, sorry, my name is Anuak, as you see. I'm currently in Gambella and in Ethiopia right now, as I'm talking to you. But when you see most of the people here, the young people that are speaking over here, they're not actually in Gambella right now. The thing is this, when we try to come up and be like, what is the problem? The question, am I clear to you, KP? KP. Yeah. When we come to see what is really happening in Gambella, most of the people now are trying to run away. Okay. Yeah, most of the people are trying now to run away. Okay. Yeah, most people are now trying to run away from what is the reason behind the soul killing and the issue that is happening in Gambella. We are all going back to the history. Okay. We are failing to identify what is the main reason why this thing is happening. Hence, if we go back to history, I think as you have seen all of us, most of us, the things that we speak about, we tend to speak on the same line. Okay?
I think it is taken. Okay, I think now he's gone.
Maybe.
Okay. Do I only have 2 minutes now?
We speak, as a Nuer person, we speak like we can live together peacefully with Anuak. But clearly, Anuak don't want that. The Anuak just don't want it, seeing Nuer anywhere in Gambella.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you can take over. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I think. Yeah, as you said, if we were to speak of where we are all from, they don't have their birthplace, the same as the way the Anuak people have their birthplace. Okay? The Nuer, as I told you, there is something that I told you before, that we the Nuer, we have 4 groups of Nuer. Okay? And the 4 groups of Nuer is only a half of the one group that is called Jikeng, that is in Ethiopia. These are people that have land, indigenous land over here in Ethiopia. Whether you like it or not, they are the people that are here, which are mostly the Gajak, the Tiang, the Gagwang, mostly who are having land over here. That's just a section of the so-called Jikeng. Okay. These people have been living with us for centuries, and we actually try to understand how we should try and completely live with them without any chaos among us. The war that broke him up in Gambella, it's not just a war that started today. This thing has been going on for, like, let's say a couple of 5 to 8 years now. It has been going on. They kill a person. They kill cars on the road. The refugees who try to travel into town. The refugees who try to travel for better medication. The refugees who try to travel for education, for healthcare, for anything that wants to come to town. Instead of finding necessary reasons to make sure that we come and all into a good time and speak to the UN that is responsible for bringing these people in this town, these people took the laws into their hands. And by taking the laws into their hands, the Nuer community, the population is high. I had a question that I asked you, I didn't know if you saw it. Can you Google the... No, not the native. Not the native. That will give you an answer for all.
No. Let it say. No, let it say. Can you just give us what you got the native in Gambella? Because I want to share my screen as well.
Groups like Majamir, and that's what people say.
Thank you. Thank you.
How much time do you have for Thank you. No, I haven't finished. Whatever. I haven't finished, please. KP, what I wanted you to do. Okay. What I wanted you to Google was the population census of Gambella in 2009. I wanted you to Google that too. Okay. Because the current situation, the way these people are trying to explain everything, there are things that don't add up. Okay. So try and Google that, and then you see before the refugee camps were established. Okay, I told you earlier, most of the refugee camps that the oldest camps were the Pikidu camp and the Kakuma camp. I hope you know the Kakuma camp in Kenya. You know the Kakuma camp?
Yeah. So tell us what you find there.
The population census of Gambella is 29.
Yeah.
It says there's no population census in Gambella.
Okay. Okay, can I speak now?
Okay,
Is it my turn?
Go ahead. But just keep it to the narratives of the Nuer that you think are not true, so that we don't have to go up into this training.
Okay, because it's my first time to come on here, I'd just like to clarify a few things first. I won't take too long. First of all, the situation of Nuer and the Anuak has been going on for a long time. The Nuer have been following the Anuaks for so many years, going all the way back to the 1800s. You look at all the lands today that are occupied by the Nuer, majority of those lands used to be Anuak land. You go to Akolo today, Akolo is Anuak land, but Nuer are living in Akolo. You go to Yum, which is also known as Nasser, and Nasser is no longer occupied by the Anuak, it's occupied by the Nuer. You come to Ethiopia, Tirgo, Koho, on the Ethiopian side, Jiko, all of these places have been left for the Nuer. The Nuer have been following the Anuak for all these years. Hang on.
I think he dropped, but I can give an answer. Okay,
Sorry, I'm back.
Completely. Yeah, we have been calling the Anuak for all these years, and all those lands that are occupied by the Nuer from the Anuak, they were not taken by force. The Nuer will come, or a single family will come and ask the Anuak for a piece of land to stay on, and when they come, the Anuak generously will allow them to come and then stay there, and then the next thing you know, these
yeah. If there's anywhere another spot open, you can send the request or you can write it down here and I will add you. Continue.
Yeah. And where will come and ask you, hey, can I stay here with my family? And then Anuak being generous as they are, they will say, okay, they will allow this Nuer to come. Next thing you know, this Nuer is inviting another family member. That family member is inviting another family member. The moment that the Nuer's population grows and becomes bigger than the host community, you will start to see Nuer becoming very arrogant. And they will start demanding for some rights. They'll start demanding for some political power. They'll start fighting. And then the Anuaks, being peaceful people, they will leave. They will leave the area and they will move elsewhere. And then Nuer will come back, will follow the Anuak and do the same thing over and over and over. Then Nuer will say, oh, I want to live with the Anuak. But the Nuer cannot live peacefully with the Anuak. Anuak are peaceful people. You can go ask anybody, even inside of South Sudan, inside of Ethiopia, you ask who's the most peaceful tribe, you will hear that it is the Anuak. Anuaks do not like to live with people who like cause violence. So when the Nuer keeps saying, oh, I want to live with Anuak, but Anuak don't want to live with me, it is because the Nuer cannot live peacefully with anybody. You go to South Sudan, the Nuer is fighting Denga, the Nuer is fighting Shuluk, the Nuer is fighting Murle, the Nuer is fighting the whole of South Sudan. You go to the refugee camp in Kenya, the Nuer is fighting Burundi, the Nuer is fighting. The Nuer cannot live with anybody peacefully. So what kind of peace, what kind of person can stay with somebody who is violent? Now the issue of Gambella. First of all, to be indigenous, you have to be the first person to occupy the land. Okay? The Nuer cannot admit one thing. And that one thing is, between the Nuer and the Anuak, who landed in Gambella first? It is the Anuak. To be indigenous, you have to be the first person to occupy the land. Everybody else that comes up to you is a settler. That is a fact. You can look at the definition of indigenous, and you will see that indigenous is always the person who occupies the land first. And that is the Anuak. Today, the Nuer are demanding that they are the majority, that they are native. Meanwhile, the majority of the Nuer who are in Gambella today, they are refugees. They are refugees. And you cannot deny that because the data is out there. You can look at the UN data. You'll see that the majority of the Nuer in Ethiopia today are refugees. So if you are a refugee, how can you be fighting with the owner of the land, the indigenous of the land, and you are demanding more, and you're saying that you should be the one ruling the place when you are a refugee? You are a guest. You are a guest in that place, and you must act accordingly. You cannot be terrorizing the host community. You cannot be trying to take land from the host community. That has never happened anywhere where there's a refugee settlement. Only in Gambella, where you can have refugees carrying guns, going and terrorizing the host community, trying to take land, claiming they are majority. That is not acceptable anywhere, even in Kenya, Peter. You cannot have refugees wandering everywhere, going and terrorizing Kenyans. It will never be accepted. Somehow this is accepted in Gambella. And I cannot even believe that there's a debate about who is indigenous of Gambella. All we have to do is just look at the definition of indigenous, and that way they will just tell you. But then we're now, they are all over social media.
Can you make them shout? Let us get on us the shout.
Nuer are all over social media trying to mislead people about being indigenous, being indigenous. If you ask a Nuer to Google what indigenous is today, they will not. They will not. It will not go according to the definition of what indigenous is. They'll say, "Well, you guys came from Bargazal, and we also came from somewhere, and we came to Gambella." Well, who came first? Okay, the Ethiopia that you have today is not the Ethiopia that it was many years ago. The original Ethiopia was northern Ethiopia. All those lands, western Ethiopia, eastern Ethiopia, southern Ethiopia, those were all incorporated into what is Ethiopia today. Those people that lived in those areas, they were made part of Ethiopia along with the land that they were already on. So anybody who says that they are Ethiopian, they have to have their own land that they are indigenous to. The Nuer claims to be Ethiopian. What land did the Nuer bring to join the Ethiopian Union with? No land. If not Gambella, that belongs to the Anuak. Okay? So
I think KP did the search.
Let me finish. You can be Ethiopian. You can be Ethiopian. We have no problem with that. But you cannot be Ethiopian and then claim that the land of Gambella is yours. No. Okay? No. If you want to be Ethiopian, go to the Amara region, go to the Oromo region, go anywhere. You can be Ethiopian there. Okay? If you want to be in Gambella, be in Gambella as you are. Be against as you are. And stop claiming the Anuak land. All the way from Akobo to Gambella. Where else can we go as the Anuak? You're following us everywhere. Enough is enough. And you cannot be on the social media try to claim that, oh, we are indigenous of Gambella. No, you're not. You are not.
We are.
What is the position of indigenous?
So, let me get started at 95 seconds.
So, Peter, what I want you to do is, for anyone who says that they are indigenous to Gambella, I want you to ask them, what does the word indigenous mean? And then for them to Google that. And then for them to say that, for those ones who say that they are the majority, let them know that the majority is not counted according to all population. It's the people who are indigenous, the people who are citizens. Not, you don't count the refugees because the refugees cannot vote. Okay? The refugees cannot vote. So the refugee is not a crime. The refugee is not a crime. So I think you must accept. Yeah. So the Nuer, okay, Nuer, you have to accept that you being a refugee is not a crime, but being a refugee, you must follow. Today, if you go to like what was called New Moon last year, you will not find Anuak there. There's even a video that I can share with you that when the Anuaks that were living in those areas were forcefully assimilated by the Nuer. And the Nuer want to do the same thing with the Anuak in Gambella. This will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will go back to the end and ask questions. But again, I would like to clarify, I saw this guy, his name is Was. I don't think what you're saying is good. That I give my fellow Luo more time to speak. I think if I just wanted the Luo to speak, I would have been having live just with the Luo because so if I have the here, I'm not being biased. So be respectful. I want to ask this question because I want us to move on to one solution now. To the Nuer, can you live alongside the Anuak peacefully? Just a yes or no.
Yeah, brother.
It doesn't I think that Jackie has spoken and much good.
Yeah, your mic was yeah. Okay, people. Thank you. So we are telling like strong can lie. The Anuak culture, we don't want anyone to close. This is the Anuak culture. Anuak culture, we don't want anyone to close it. The Anuak culture. Even the North people, they have four sections. The one section from Anuak, the one we call it became the grandfather from Anuak. But the Anuak culture, we don't want anyone to close to Anuak people. We don't want anyone. Even my first girlfriend, yes, I'm dated to Anuak girlfriend. They told me a lot of things. I spent 3 years or 5 years in Gambella land. But the Anuak culture, we don't want anyone to close. And the second, the Anuak community, they have a cast. After 15 years or 20 years, it will die. Even since 2023, the funeral of Ethiopia, they genocide the Anuak community. Please, brother Anuak, we are the same color. We are young people. We are the same citizen in Ethiopia. Even now, when you go to Ethiopia, the Anuak people, they are citizen in South Sudan. The same color. When you go to Finiduk, they have a lot of refugees, 99% are Anuak people, Anuak community. But the Anuak culture, we don't want anyone to close it. And I told you true. Don't complain was our nothing. Compare it. But this war, only the Anuak people live in Western world. They kill innocent Anuak community, they are fully. Please, when you live in back home, don't do it in body. Because these people are they have a good life. They eat and every day. Life is good. It's very good food. Even now, all the innocent people they die every day. But the Anuak community they are full of people. But the Anuak culture, believe me, even now the Anuak culture they are married by cow. But the Anuak they are married by the woman. When you buy for $1. That's why we don't want to accept it. Because when you marry Anuak again, or you will fake cow. But the Anuak when we married like Nuer female, we could never say anything. Our culture, Nuer people, when you marry, you pay 15 or 30 or whatever. One cow they have $300. The Anuak community said that when we close that these people Nuer because they are corporation people, so our culture will never go longer. That's why we are fighting. But this war, all the people they live in Western world, the Anuak community. But please, the Anuak, we are the same. Now you complain, no people they fight for everybody. This war, like Nuer and Dinka, they fight by resource and leadership. It's not by land. In South Sudan, the Dinka and Nuer, they live together, but only resource or power. Don't complain as these people, even more they need cow for everyone. We are not the same. Please, no people, they are nation people. Don't compare this. We are the same. Ethiopia and South Sudan, the same color. But please, those of you who live in Western world, don't fool innocent people. Now they die every day. So when we find that they are nation people, it's not a good deal to decay. But you guys, please, if you don't know his story, go back to decay. Decay is the grandfather from Anuak. But you guys, you don't know. But the Anuak countries, they have a case for after 15 years. A lot of people, they will die from Anuak people. They need that. Therefore, don't complain. Oh, this is our land. No. This is not good. The land, only the government have land. No one have land. Only the government have land. Please, if you know, go back and you learn it. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Is it possible?
Yes, I'm stopping here.
Is it possible for women to continue living with a man side by side without necessarily pushing for more land in order for just the land they have now? Is it possible to live in peace without pushing for more or less?
Okay. So for me, I just want to ask, because I want to ask Joyce. She was saying that the rural population is high in Gambella and refugee. So I want to know who is located the refugee in Gambella for the first place.
Yeah, I think yes.
Is it
Answer the question.
Is it
Let us speak. Let us speak, but let us not piss off this. No, she's asking. She's asking the question. She's asking the question. If we give every piece of what are we going to do?
You put up one people taking you both out because you went against the rules. Continue that, but try to keep it in line.
Okay. So I'm just asking those who have been talking first about the refugee, about the population of there in Gambella. So who gave the land to the refugee for the first place? Who is located? Is it government or is Anuak people? Okay. If it's a government, I think government of Ethiopia having an agreement or you have been talking to the Anuak people. Why the government give the land to the refugee or located the refugee, South Sudan refugee to the Gambella? Why? And the government of Ethiopia is not asking the land owner. There is no agreement with the Anuak people. Like now, the in South Sudan, there's a refugee of Congo in Western Ethiopia. So, because the government knows that the land is for the government, it's not for the community. So, if the land is for the government, yeah, if the land is for the government, why the Anuak is fighting for the Nuer in Gambella or Nuer in refugee instead of claim the right that to the federal government or Ethiopian government, the refugees are more, we need to move the camp or all these things. So, instead of fighting or killing the
Can you move them? American government Congress. Can you move them, please? Maybe they don't know how to do it.
So why the Anuak people or the Anuak tribe try to kill the South Sudanese refugees? Because those who are refugees in Ethiopia or Gambella are not Nuer, are South Sudanese refugees, are not Nuer refugees, are South Sudanese refugees. Why they are not claiming in the government of Ethiopia that the population of Gambella refugees is more higher than the host community? Why? Instead of killing the people, if they know that the land owner exactly, they know that the land is the Gambella land, the authority of the Gambella is their hand, they have right to do whatever they can. Why? And if they know that no, they used to take the land like that, they come one by one, after that they will take the land like what they were saying before. Why do you accept it for the first place to allow the law? Because if you know the person, you cannot allow those people to be located in your land before.
Okay, but
Joy was talking about it in tomorrow, talking about it. Yeah, you understand.
I asked you, is it possible as things are for the men to live alongside the man without pushing for more portion of land or less? Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay. Then maybe I will ask them, is it possible if the Nuer don't push anymore, is it possible to live alongside them as things are right now?
Okay.
Okay, Simon.
You know, to say about living with them, there was nothing else you could say. There was nothing wrong with living with them. But it's the consequence that they will do after you live with them. A year or later after, they will come back and analyze you again. So this is not that way we say this is not something that just happened now. It's something that been happening that we sit down and have a peace talk, but they drop the peace talk every year. So just like some of them over here, they say if I want the refugees to go, why they don't go to the government? I did went to the government. I all these years been talking to the government and say, government, we need you to end your. No, listen. We say, government, you need to end your people, the refugee. You need to end it. But the government did not put no action on, right? No safety on. Still do not stop you from analyzing. Still do not stop you guys from analyzing Anua. So right now,
why not the government is not taking the action and the refugee?
So if the government did not take the action and you coming and analyzing us, all we can do is defending ourselves. As we can say, we never come to new land, as you said, and start a war with them. You guys was the one who come into our city, and analyze us in our own city. You got it?
Okay, I'm asking the same question, the same question back to Nuer. There are the Nuer from South Sudan.
It's not okay.
There are the Nuer, now there's the Nuer from South Sudan, and there are the Nuer who are native to Ethiopia, indigenous, or they've been living there. And now they are Nuer in the refugee camps. I believe the Nuer in the refugee camps are Nuer who are running away from the war in South Sudan. Is that true or not?
Yes.
So the Nuer in the refugee camp, ideally, they're not Ethiopians. They're not native to this land. They came from South Sudan, but then they were accepted to live there by the government, by the host community, whoever. Is it true that these Nuer refugees in the refugee camp, do they have weapons? And number two, the influence from South Sudan, do they come with weapons and do they team up with their brothers in the refugee camp? I'm not sure if Ram is Nuer. He could answer.
I'm not please.
Okay, then I keep to Turkey. And I keep one more.
About weeping and all these things, and say that it's not true. Because how come the refugee can have it? How? I would not be saying that. Yeah, about the land, but what they're saying, the world are taking. Now, there's Anuak in South Sudan. Anuak, there is some Anuak in South Sudan, inshallah. That's South Sudanese. They used to come to the Dima and all the area, which is not about them. And the Anuak in that area, they will not be saying that this is Anuak refugee and this is Anuak Ethiopia. We cannot be differentiated unless the government of Ethiopia is the one who they do something that can be controlling the borderline. You may have passport or ID or all these things. There's a young of South Sudan and a young of Ethiopia. It's something to know. There's a young of there's a young of South Sudan and a young of Ethiopia. And when the government is giving the Ethiopian government locate the refugee of South Sudan to Ethiopia, it's not the drug. Not only the drug. The refugee of South Sudan are all South Sudanese, not the drug only.
Can you give me a second?
Why only the drug? Why?
Kalwak come in his north, so Adam.
You mentioned
Kalwak. Can I comment on it, KP?
No. So what I'm saying, I may say maybe if it's the just the thing that can make the thing to look good to color the true, like I know people say there's a refugee every gun, all these things. I think this thing are just making to look good. It's not the true. How can the refugee can have a gun? Some of you know maybe a refugee in you will go to the US as a refugee. So it's not easy to where you live, when you maybe you are in Kakuma. How can you get a gun in Kakuma to find it? How? It's now
I don't want to interrupt. Will I pretend to respond to Jackie? No, let me respond, guys, guys, please, since Nikhil, can I speak, please? Okay, thank you. Let me go. Right, okay, thank you for this forum. In the first place, I think there are so many false allegations or false narratives so far that non-Ethiopians have been talking about. I speak as an Ethiopian. I speak as someone who knows the history of Gambella. I speak as someone who also is interactive to some South Sudanese refugees. Previously, I think there was someone who was talking about third part. Third part has never been a governor of El Wabur. He was a party leader in Gambella when Gambella became administrative area. And also, El Wabur has nothing to do with the Jima, as someone said. This is just part of ignorance. Because Jima was part of Kafa during 14 Ethiopian administrative arrangement at the time. So the thought has nothing to do with that. I just want to correct that. Secondly, when it comes to the fact that South Sudanese refugees do not have guns, let me be honest with you. I was in Kenya some years back when I was interacting with someone who is the leader of White Army. White Army is the branch of SPLIO who is now classified as terrorist by the South Sudanese government. He told me, point blank, but he didn't know who I was, and I was recording him. But refugees, people in Gambella, refugees is a holiday camp. When they want, they can go back to South Sudan and attack. When they attack, they go back into Gambella to stay in the refugee camps. Where do they keep their guns? They keep their guns in the refugee camps. How? That question, I think you ask your people who are actually doing that.
No, exactly. There's no Ethiopian government there or anything or security.
Let me finish. If you don't know what is happening in Gambella, of recent, the war that was fought in Cherkiri, where were the children? Where were the women? It was only the men who was there. Do you call that one as a refugee camp? When the man was just armed to the teeth to fight the Anuak. So where have they sent the children? Where have they sent the women? Simply, of recent, I'm just telling you the fact of recent, about 18 trucks were transported from Benishangul, and those were purely Nuer, and those were only men to Gambella. Where were women? If they were refugees, then there should be some women among them. There should be some elderly people among them. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The Nuer are always have guns. They are always having a cattle. They are not refugees. Gamba, please, you say you need to make it clear because you say that they bring guns with the parts. Where is the Ethiopian government? In which border? There's a border of Agar, there's a border of Kurdi, there's a border of so I want to know. I'll tell you this. You just let me finish what I was saying, and then you can come in if you want to. All right. Yeah. So the Ethiopian border is clear because we want to know. The Ethiopian border is very massive. We need to know our country. Why can't I finish what I'm saying? So the Ethiopian border is very massive, and the Ethiopian border cannot be controlled by few men. And in fact, even as someone who is concerned with the border, and in fact, my area was attacked by South Sudanese who crossed the border and killed about 61 people. And these are who? White army. So what I'm trying to say here is there is no way the Ethiopian border can be controlled by few men around. So the war that is being fought in Gambella town itself, where did these people get the arms from? They got it from across the border. Gambella doesn't make arms. They don't produce ammunitions. Gambella. Where do this ammunition come from? They come from across the border. From where? From South Sudan. Through who? Through Nuer. So that is fact. You have to accept it that refugees are armed, contrary to the United Nations Conventions of 1951 and also the African Refugee Convention of 1969. When did the Nuer come into Gambella? Or when, particularly? It was in 1956, during Anyanya 1, when you guys crossed the border seeking sanctuary from the Ethiopian authorities. And who gave you that? It was the Anuak who gave you that. The Anuak gave you food, the Anuak gave you land, the Anuak gave you water, the Anuak gave you everything. Now today you call yourself indigenous. By the way, you have always been fighting about being called as refugees. And today because the Anuak are calling themselves indigenous, you also want to fight over it. That you now can be called refugee. I mean, you are no longer refugees. You no longer fight about refugees. You only now fight about indigenous. For sure, you don't be called refugee. I mean, you cannot be called indigenous in Gambella because you don't have land in Gambella. You came as a guest of the Anuak, and the Anuak chiefs gave you land to farm, not a territory. So an indigenous person is associated to a territory. So that where may have a farming land, you were given a farming land, access to grazing land, access to fishing lakes, but you have never done anything with it. Instead, you kill Anuaks. Today, the issue in Gambella is not about whether you are Ethiopian or not. You can be called Ethiopian, but you don't have land. Any person can be what? Now, you claim that land belongs to the government. That is contrary to the Ethiopian constitution. The Ethiopian constitution, the land belongs to the people. Who is people? The owners of that land. Gambella, when it came to become Ethiopia, part of Ethiopia, it has already people. The Anuak were there. So the Nuer cannot say that the land belongs to the government. It doesn't. Okay? Now, if you guys want to live in peace with the Anuak, abandon your cultural violence. Because you are violent. Everywhere you go, you cause war.
Last few years, you fought the Anuaks in a refugee camp in Kenya. Is that peaceful? You always fight with your neighbors. Everywhere you go, you fight. Even in the US, you keep on fighting with the military people. So how can you call yourself that you are a peaceful people? New Land. Someone was saying that New Land was just his name. I was there when New Land was formed. I'm old enough to tell you this. Champar was the name, but those refugees who were accommodated by the United Nations because they were new to that area, they called it New Land. Someone called because that man was known to be called Tomorrow, his name was called Tomorrow. But I think he has a Nuer name. But people just came to call him Tomorrow. And he was the one who named that place New Land. It's because of what? Because he was a refugee. By the way, when I was young, Nuer were not taken to the Ethiopian military service, national service, because they were all refugees in Gambella. Despite the fact that you mentioned Total was a researcher of Elababur, which was wrong. It's not correct. Total has never been a governor in Ethiopia. He was a party secretary. Okay? So the claims that all of you guys are making, and also the fact that you are claiming Gambella was in exchange of Kassala, and now you want to claim that Gambella belonged to South Sudan, that is false. Ethiopians know very well what you guys are planning. We know very well that you want to annex Gambella into South Sudan. You want to call a place called North Nation. And North Nation will never happen in Gambella. North Nation will never happen in the Anuak land. In Nasser, in Akko. No, it will not. Because you guys, you want to cause problem just for power. And you want to claim that you are civilized. By the way, where is your political structure? The North don't have political structure that can sound, civilized. I hate to say this. So if the Nuer of Gambella want to live in peace with the people, those ones whom we have accepted, they must abandon this culture of violence. They must abandon this culture of primitivity. So we don't want to be primitive, we don't want to be drawn back, like as if someone was now talking that in Europe was the first refugees. When did Europe become a refugees? It was in 1983, when Israel was formed in Gambella. So 1983 was after how many years when the civil war of Anywaa was fought. Penyuru was a refugee camp during that time. It was in 1983 when Penyuru became a refugee camp accommodating different ethnic groups from different areas, including the Anuak, who come from across the border in Kochana and also Akoro. Akoro was abandoned not because the Nuer took advantage of Akoro or the liberation struggle at the time. So they started killing the Anuak in Akoro. Even now in Gambella, the war, any war that starts always, it is the Nuer that starts it. You go and kill the people. Like now, you talk about that the Anuak kill people on the road, the Anuak kill. Do you even just feel the pain that the Anuak are going through? The villages inside in Gambella, along the Opena River, you guys have displaced them, and people are now displaced in their home. They can't go back. You occupy the land. Refugees are occupying the land. The Nuer who came before that time, they have the land. They now can cultivate. But you, because you don't have land, you don't have a proper place in South Sudan anymore because of the war that you are making in South Sudan. Here you are now displacing the Anuak, taking their land. You come and then sit behind the Anuak, making a village. And then you let the Anuak not even have a chance of going to farm, sending their children to school, and everything. No. This is not acceptable, my brothers and sisters of Nuer. come to your sense. You need to come to your sense, and so that if you want peace, let's talk. Let's talk. Okay, talking is the only solution. But if you want violence, violence will never help you. You have tried in South Sudan, and you still come in Gambella. You're doing the same thing. It doesn't help you. You're killing yourself. Okay, thank you.
Just before she comes in, I also want to inform you that I have someone who is currently in Gambella. I would love if there is anyone who is currently in Gambella, because I know the majority of people are different from the US. You know it? Or not? No, okay. And what, can you confirm if you're in Gambella and you're not?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to have two speak, and then we will go to the two guys in Gambella because they are in the front. Are you there?
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Greeting you all. Thank you so much for having me. Okay, let him speak. Yeah, let him talk.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is TB, currently in Gambella, in the Gambella region. I was born and raised in London, in North London, Tottenham. I'm a Nuer by ethnicity. I am essentially Ethiopian. I think what's happening in Ethiopia is a battle of two peoples that have been essentially made to believe they are different. And I've seen this, again, being born and raised in London, when two ethnically different people have found themselves in a land that doesn't fundamentally belong to them. They battle for originality, they battle for belonging. And it hurts my soul. It's unfortunate to think that both the Nuer and the Anuak people have essentially found themselves in this mess. We are two peoples that originate from the same modern day country. We originate from South Sudan or the Sudan.
Jambi, can you please mute yourself?
The Anuak originate from the Pakistan region, and the Nuer originate from the Upper Nile region. That's not to deny their existence or their indigeneity to the Ethiopian region. That's not to deny that. Nobody can sit here and say the Anuak or the Nuer are less or more than indigenous to Ethiopia. But the issue comes where we sit here and stand on a pedestal and say, I am more than you, and therefore I belong more than you, I deserve more rights than you. That's where the issue comes. As a Nuer, I naturally have a bias to stand with my people. And the same thing, if God created me as an Anuak, I would have a bias to stand on my people. But the reality is, regardless of what position I stand on, we're not going anywhere. The Nuer will never, ever leave Ethiopia. The Anuak will never, ever leave Ethiopia. We will always live in Ethiopia. So the battles that we fight today of
power and of influence and of land are irrelevant. They are actually irrelevant because 200 years from now, 100 years from now, our grandchildren, our children, and I'm speaking in Gambella currently, our children and our grandchildren will always be here. So it's up to us to decide the future that they, indulge in, the future that they. Hold on. Just, yeah. I'm in Gambella. I'm in Gambella. I'm in Gambella right now. I'm in Gambella. What a Gambella and Tamara, yeah, right, in the Tunwara. I'm talking Gambella and talking Gambella. Hold on, because I feel like it's not, you shouldn't judge me based on my accent. I can be born and raised anywhere. I can travel to Gambella, I can travel.
Because of your accent is just a giveaway. Because the way someone will explain this problem faster. I sit within the comfort of my own room. So I can talk, but someone who's actually in Gambella has a better view. Because I wanted to ask, for example, the refugees, the Nuer refugees, do you have guns? For example, so if you're in Birmingham or Liverpool, you will not have custom information.
Of course we have a gun, but that's not exclusive to the Nuer. That's not exclusive to the Anuak. That's not exclusive to the Oromo people. I mean, guns are a part of. If we look at Africa, or let's just say East Africa in general, guns are a part of life, unfortunately, and it's a shame to say that, but that's the way of life. There's insecurities in our country that doesn't eradicate the ego that our tribes have, and this is the essence that I'm trying to point at. Our people, the African way of life is very dominant and very tribal and very land driven. That this is my land and you shouldn't step on this land. We have to wake up and understand that no matter what, if you unalive 100,000 Nuers or 100,000 Anuaks, we are going to still survive. Nothing is going to chase us out of this land. It doesn't matter how much history you come with and how much you say this is my land or I'm going to fight till the end. How many people have fallen? How many people have lost their lives and they're done? They're gone. They're unalived. It doesn't change that. What the real change is, you know what? I'm a Nuer, I'm an Anywaa, and I agree to step down and lay my ego to rest and say, you know what? Regardless, we're gonna live side by side. And we can unalive each other. We can do that. One thing. And I don't know. Let's unalive each other. At the end of the day, we are going to have to face the music that we are here and we are living side by side. And it doesn't matter how many things go wrong, we are always going to be neighbors. You can mobilize, you can insult, you can stay on social media, you can go to the ground, you can fun, you can do all of these things, but it's not going to change because humans are resilient by nature and humans have a way of living. Gambella is a beautiful land. I feel at home here, and I wouldn't want an Anuak to feel any less at home. I wouldn't want a Nuer to feel like he or she's a refugee. Yes, there is an issue, and on a federal level, things can be handled differently. But personally, I just don't see the necessity of almost continuing the cycle of violence. But I can't change your mind in an instant. And I'm okay with that. I can't change what you feel, should be done. If you're saying I'm a Nuer and I'm a refugee, that's fine. But the reality, the truth, the essence is I am always going to be here. My children are going to be here, and my grandchildren. The question is now, how are you going to deal with that? Because human history is proven. I mean, I was born and raised in London. Let's look at the dark ages. The people in the UK were unaliving each other for hundreds of years, centuries. They had the time to do that, and they realized actually, I can raise my right hand in war time and time again, but that isn't going to change anything. What's going to change things is sitting down and saying, you know what, your existence is just as important as mine. So it's no longer a question of what I think. It is what do the masses, what do the majority of the people think? And unfortunately, the majority of the people feel like the only solution is warfare, the only solution is unaliving each other. And again, it's unfortunate and it's sad. And we, the people that have the opportunity to be educated, should understand that this is you look at this mentality, we should look at this mentality and think, you know what, this is, it's almost like a child that feels like throwing a tantrum and, throwing himself in the mud and being angry and fighting back is going to solve whatever resentment he has towards his children. No, that's not going to solve that. When you look at that, you don't encourage that. What you do say is, look, this is the problem, and this is how you go about it. Yes, you can throw the tantrum, you can throw yourself in the mud, but you're still going to have to face the problem at some point. So how do you overcome that? This is deeper than just Anuak and Nuer and indigenous and I am. These borders were written and made by the British. These were made, or rather, they were made by colonizers. These were made by human understanding. It's deeper than that. I am a human. I am a Anywaa. That's okay. We can coexist. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know, man. I feel like our people are so left behind, and regardless of where we stand, we all deserve an opportunity to live and to breathe. And this is not coming from a place of fear. I've seen warfare. My ancestors have seen warfare. My dad, my granddad, all of us. Your granddad has probably seen, the other side of war. But that doesn't bring us any closer to the truth. That doesn't bring us any closer to the reality of human existence. Humans always find a way of coming out on top. Look at World War II. 200 million plus human beings, civilians, died in World War II. But they still found a way to survive and thrive in Europe and come out on top. Numbers, I can analyze as many Anuaks as I possibly can. You can analyze as many Nuers as you possibly can, but humans will always find a way to survive. And I'm not inherently against the Anuak, and I don't think any Anuak should be inherently against the Nuer. I think what we should find in common is a way to coexist. And to many ears, that's going to feel like I am essentially sitting on your rights and on your beliefs, but I'm not. I genuinely say this from a place of understanding. We are not going to fix this problem through warfare. We are going to fix this problem through a revival, through understanding, and as cheesy as it sounds, as fake and inauthentic as it sounds, we are going to find this solution through love. That's all it is. So that's my stance. Yeah, thank you very much.
That's a beautiful presentation. This problem cannot be solved by time. And I wanted to give a chance to vote because I believe you, Gambella. Could you give us the state of affairs at this moment? Is the war going on? Are people armed? Do the Anuak have guns? Do the Nuer have guns? How does it have in play?
Okay, thank you. Honestly, yeah, everybody has guns. I feel like this, and this is not me. I don't want to almost feel like I'm leaning towards one side or the other. Everybody has guns. Everybody has guns, and one can make an argument. The Nuer can say the Anuak are being funded by the government in Juba, in South Sudan, and one can make the argument that the Nuer are being funded or supported by the opposition in South Sudan, the IO, the White Army. It's all perspective. But I'm not arguing for one side or the other. What I'm saying is, mate, we're gonna have to live together. Either way, whether we like it or not, we are going to have to live together. There is no circumstance in which the Nuer or the Anuak will run back to South Sudan or run wherever they came from. The choice is yours. We live in peace or we die at war. And that's okay. We unalive each other. That's okay. That's a part of human growth and understanding. But it's not going to serve us. That's my opinion. And you can laugh and you can say, yeah, this is, you can say all of that, but at the end of the day,
someone said that refugees have guns. Children. Someone of you is lying.
Yeah, one of us is lying, but at the end of the day,
you say that everyone has guns, and you went refugees as well, and say that the refugees are referring to the refugees that they don't have guns.
Great. And listen, all of these comments, all of these people that are commenting and just saying whatever they alluding to, they can say that, but the reality on the ground is people are dying. So people are unaliving each other, right? So if you're unaliving each other, there has to be a common denominator. What's the common denominator? Guns. So everybody has that. And that's not a discussion, that's not a debate. If you feel like, whether you're Nuer or Anuak or whatever the heck you are, if you feel like that's what I'm saying is not true, call your people back home. Yes, as I'm in Gambella right now, call your cousins, call your uncle. People are unaliving each other. And that will continue to happen until you understand that unaliving each other isn't going to solve the problem inherently. Because inherently, we are not problems. We have constructed this idea that a tribe, a people, what is tribalism? What is that? You know what I mean? Like, what is belief in my tribe is right and my history and what I've been taught is right? That's honestly, forget my language, that's bullshit. What we have to understand is people are people. If I was born, me, TP, if I was born in Anuak, I would believe that the Anuak way of doing things is correct. That doesn't mean that I am right, but that just means that I was born in a situation that allows me to believe and allows me to create history in my favor. The same way, if I was born in Nuer as I am, I would lean towards what I believe is correct. This is all subjective. This is all according to your beliefs and according to your situation. The truth is, regardless on what side you are, regardless, you are going to have to face the truth that human beings, our souls, are more resilient than we think. You can unalive my people, I can unalive your people. We are going to find a way to survive and live in Gambella. And how we go about that is all in our hands. It's not in the hands of the red Ethiopians, right? It's not in the hands of the West or the British or whoever you think is going to, you know, has a say or is going to come and have a say. It's all in our hands. Okay, thank you. Can you repeat your question? And I will start talking.
Because in the ground, I needed to know the situation on the ground. How is the war so far? And the Nuer armed, most of the refugees are the Anuak armed. And by armed, I mean to the forces gangs.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, as we know that, Nuer people in Gambella City right now, Nuer people, they live in the border of South Sudan. All of them. They live in the border of South Sudan. So in South Sudan, from where they live, starting from Ethiopia, direct to South Sudan, only live like 2 minutes, 5 minutes to reach in South Sudan border. In there is no Ethiopian government controlling the borders. When they're fighting in South Sudan, when the fighting becomes too hard for them, they live in South Sudan, run to Ethiopia with the gun and put the gun in refugee camp. Because there is no Ethiopian military that can control the borders. This is the thing, it is happening in three sides of in Ethiopia, in Gambella. One, we call it Lare Warada. Second, we call it Akoro Warada. Third, we call it Chiko. This is the place all the Nuer people from South Sudan, they run to Ethiopia when they create a war in South Sudan. Because they know that in Ethiopia, you cannot cross the border without anybody asking you, with your own gun. That is the thing. And the second one also, when they come to Ethiopia, instead of like living in peace in refugee camp, like without fighting, because in Ethiopia right now, in Gambella, Gambella was divided into 3 zones. Gambella was divided into 3 zones. There is Anuak zone, there is Nuer zone, there is Majang zone. This is the thing I need all the Nuer to be understand about it very well. Gambella was divided. This is Ethiopia Constitution. Ethiopia Constitution. Gambella was divided into 3 zones. There is Anuak zone, there is Nuer zone, and there is Majang zone. Nuer, they have their own zone, their own map that they to live in that place only. And Anuak people, they have their own zone to live in their place in peace, and my young people, they have their own place to live in their peace, in their own place peace. And the thing that made people, what made Gambella to be a war zone today, it is Nuer people in Nuer zone, what we call a Nuer zone. There is a word, we call it village, like county. I don't know here. Yeah, I think it's county. In Mali, we call it word. There is a county. There is a 3 county in Nuer zone. Those 3 counties was belong to Anuak people. And they lived together with Anuak people at that time. That time I already born. Even my father was a leader, the head of the county, in that county before. There is Kulako. That county was established by Anuak people before the Nuer invite at Komo County. We call it county, but we call it Warada in American Ethiopia. This Akobo already is controlled by Anuak people before, and Anuak allow Nuer people to live together in peace. Because Anuak people, when the Nuer come, they're going to say that all the people, they are not the same. That is the thing that made Anuak people until today to be sober. When the Nuer come, they're going to say that, no, these Nuer people not the same like the Nuer people, other Nuer people. They're going to invite them and live together in peace. When those people will live together in peace with them, they will call their family again, come together, and those their family can start creating problems with Anuak people. That is the thing. Anuak people, after what they're going to do, they will run, left the place because they don't want to die.
Can you live in the place that your brother will die today, tomorrow your sister will die, your brother will die? You will live because you don't want to die. That is the problem. After that, you're in Akobo right now, Akobo County, in Akobo, in Gambella, Akobo, you know, the vice that we call the head of the Warada living in one zone and the vice in Warada living in another zone. How do you feel about that? Why the vice run to leave the place to go and, you know, live from somewhere? Because of the fighting, because of the, you know, because people die every day. The second one, this is Akobo. The second one, there is a cool place where we call it Larewarara. The same thing, Larewarara also, it is happening the same. People, they run and left the land. Now people, you know, there are some of people now, they, you know, only they get the salary in every month from those two Warada, but they cannot work in there. Only they get salary every month, but they cannot go there. Why? Because when they go there, the Lord will kill them. You see? The Lord will kill them. Now they are living in Gambella City, and every month they will get the salary. But they cannot go there, because when they go there, they will kill. If the Anuak give this to the Nuer people, if the Nuer people can live like this, can, you know, for example, the person that you live together with, then you do something like this to him, like leave the land, go to somewhere, and everyone get the salary, but he did not go anything, even one day he did not go to the office, but everyone will get the salary. Is that good? It's not good. You know, it's not good. And the second, now all of this that is happening, the second one now, they start leaving their zone, and come to another zone. That is the thing that today in Gambella, we are people, and Nuer people, they are fighting because of this. In Eastern people, we fighting in their, no, don't interrupt me. Let me talk before after that you can ask. Yeah. The second one, you know, today, right now, okay, wait a minute. Just keep your question after that. When I finish, you can ask. The second one, you know, yeah, now today, Anuak people and Nuer people now, they are fighting in Anuak zone. Nuer, they left their own zone, come to Anuak zone, and fighting in Anuak zone. They want to claim that there is a one Warara, we call it a town. Now they want to take this town Warara to be in your zone. That is a problem after. Now today. Now those Nuer people in Ethiopia, because all those Nuer that was born in Ethiopia, I'm telling you truth, they don't know how to fight with them. I know them, all of them. Because we all have them together, we play football together with them, all of them, most of them I know. What they use, they use those Nuer people leaving the camp, because they have a gun, they bring those guns from South Sudan, and bring it in refugee camp, in Nuer zone, refugee camp in Nuer zone. You know, after that, they use them to come and fight it. Because in South Sudan, you're fighting with a gun for them, just like I play with football. Nothing for them, all South Sudanese people. But in Ethiopia, when the fighting happened in Gambella, those who were in Ethiopia, what they did, they would go to Addis Ababa, all of them. No, that's not true, bro. Come on. Wait a minute, let me tell you the truth. Wait a minute, I know, because I have a money friend now, we are living together now in Addis Ababa. I call them, I talk to them, but we work together in Gambella City. You know? What is this? What is this? Because, you know, there is a people, you know, that they don't want to, but there is someone that they don't want to fight. When this happens, they will run, they will leave. How can you live in Chankwarwaneli, or we call it New Land today, without go to the Gambella town? How can you live? It's better to live and go to Sabo and enjoy your life there. You know, because that is the prison. And some more they don't want that. You see? And now Anuak people now in Gambella, the fighting it is happening between Nuer and Anuak people, because Nuer people they left their own zone, come to Anuak zone. They say that we need all Anuak, unless let us meet together by force. This is what is happening in Gambella right now. Nuer people they say that We don't want this, we call it Anuak zone, Nuer zone, Majang zone. That is the problem. I know there's a these days constitution of Ethiopia. Constitution of Ethiopia. So if you live in your own land, your own zone, what made you to come across your own zone, across all your warada, and across the border and map, and come to one zone and fight with other people? You are not you are a criminal. Now the fighting it is in Anuak zone, not in your zone. Who's the criminal right now? They are fighting in Italy. They are fighting in Abolwar. Abolwar it is an Anuak zone. You see? So who's the criminal now? All those, all those kilometers from where those miners were, it is like 2 hours. 2 hours. And they come fighting in Muslim. Even now, what we are talking today, all Ethiopian government, let me tell you this, they already know that. They take everything and take the picture, take the video, where is the location of your zone and where is Daniel zone. Now they capture everything. Who is the problem makers? They already know that. Why those people they come and fight? People they told them the truth. There is how much people in Gambella that they tell the truth. Because in Arizona there is so many average people islanders that they are in there, they have there are so many things. Everything was loaded by the Nuer people. Nobody in aside from the town and upon all their material in the clothes, everything, food, they loaded. The Nuer people. Now before they give their information, even those people right now, they live in Gambella, they were in the school. The government give them a place to live in the school. In Lay, we call it Lay High School. All those people, really from all those places, they live there right now in Gambella city. And the government asking them and they tell the truth. Where those people come, they told the truth, those that were from refugee camp. That they come and fighting in a town, capture the town, and fighting in a home, capturing that one. Those are the Nuer people from refugee camp, not Nuer Ethiopia. Because this thing, Ethiopia government knows that how to make differentiate them is going to be different, very big problem. It's going to be a big problem for Ethiopia government to make different, because they have the same colors, they have the same language, they have the same Nuer people. That is the problem right now from the other people. Now what the government of Ethiopia want to do now, they want to locate all those refugees, to other Ethiopian region. What is happening right now, when the government of Ethiopia want to do this, all the regional states in Ethiopia, they don't agree. Nobody wants to get those refugees. They say they are violent. Look, this is what happening right now in Gambella right now. Because Ethiopia government is still looking at everything, report everything, after that what they say, okay, the problem is from those refugees. Now we need to relocate them from Gambella to somewhere else. All the regional states in Ethiopia, Amara, Oromo, wherever, they disagree. Nobody wants to take those refugees. That is what happened right now in Gambella. After that, they say that nobody wants to take. There is no regional state they want to take those refugees. They say, okay, can we take it to that we call it Asusa government say, even we are tired with those Nuer refugees in our regional state right now. We need them also to relocate them to South Sudan. Look, because they are balanced. This is what happened right now in Ethiopia. I'm telling the truth, bro. This is what happened in the ground. This is what happened in the ground. Yeah. Okay.
There are two important things to mention. One is the zone, which I think brings a very important part of this discussion. Because initially, I was of the view that the Nuer were coming from Rwanda in Gambella, but the Nuer have explained that they are also native to Gambella, which then, left me wondering, but now you explain that they are zones. Now the problem is one group leaving their zone and wanting to stay to their zone, wanting to make something when they are zones. But the question I have to you is, the Nuer refugees do have guns. At least according to your version. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
And they get their guns from across the border, I believe.
From South Sudan.
Now, they are definitely have to put a fight back. And you don't go into a gunfight using a knife. So there's one also of guns. True or not?
Yeah, we have a gun. That's why they control over the land.
Where do they get the guns?
Yeah, let me tell you this. It is a very good question, and I will explain to you more. You know, in Gambella right now, what is happening now? The rest people by themselves, they will approach the border to Ethiopia with their gun. After that, they will, because they live in the refugee, they don't have family to support them. They will sell, because maybe one person has 4 or 5 guns, and they will sell all of them. This is what I'm doing right now. They will sell the gun to the Abash people. Abash people, they will sell the gun to Anuak if you have money, because Abash people right now in Gambella, they will buy the gun from the local people with cheap price and sell it to Anuak people with a high price. You see? This is the game that Abash people they're doing right now in Gambella. You see? And those other people also, they will go and, you know, there is some of, you know, country in Gambella. Even the new manufacturer the last time he announced it, that Gambella now it become a market of gun because what is happening in South Sudan. He mentioned in the news, all the fighting, all the war that is happening in a Romo region, in Amara region, they say that gun was transferred from Gambella to Romia, transferred from Gambella to Amara region. This is what happened in Gambella, right? Anuak people, because of this, Nuer people, they cannot rest. That is the thing. Now, Anuak people now, they will get a little bit gun from the Nuer people, and then even it is too much cost. It costs a lot of money to buy the gun from the other people, because, you know, they buy from Nuer with a cheap price, and they will sell it with high price. Because if you are when you go to Nuer and say, Nuer, I want to buy gun, he cannot give you. Because, you know, you see? And I know they use people to buy from other people. After that, when they buy, it is not too much. We are fighting with the Nuer people now. Right now, the Anuak gun will finish. No, the bullet will finish. We don't have too much gun because we buy a little bit from those other people, and we take the land. And they will come killing people and burning the house and, you know, looting everything because of this. But here we are a percent of them. Now we bring them from South Sudan or from somewhere. And you cannot live the life. That is it. And okay, now responding. You have a question. Maybe you have a question before this. I want to try to it. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So you said that someone are bring them from North Sudan because North Sudan have a border with South Sudan.
Yes.
So in the Anuak zone, there's no border.
Okay, can I talk to you? Can I talk to you?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And in South Sudan, let me give you back to South Sudan. In South Sudan, there is something we call it Bangka. Bangka, it is a company.
No, I'm saying Anuak zone.
Listen, I want to bring you back from there to direct to Ethiopia to Anuak zone. Wait a minute. Okay. After that, you can understand more. In South Sudan, there is a south place we call it Akobo South Sudan. It is a county. And there is, you know, it is listed. There is listed what we call it Bangka, Maywood, Galbuk, and all of those Nasir, all of those things. Listen, because in Anuak side, in Anuak zone, in Anuak South Sudan, it is only a county, not a state. The same land, Nuer people. So they cannot get anything from Jungle State. Jungle State is a district of more than 5 tribes in South Sudan. Even though they don't have power in South Sudan, even in the state that we call it Jungle State, it was controlled by the Murle people. Murle people, they cannot allow Anuak people to have a gun from them. That is why Anuak people now, there is no way to get the gun from South Sudan because of this.
But if Anuak people, they are a county or a state, the same like the Nuer people, Anuak, they would have get a gun from their Anuak people in South Sudan, the same like you. That is my first view, my answer to you.
Okay. So you said that there's no way. South Sudan was a war. If there's a war, if there's a country, everyone war, there must be guns anywhere.
Anuak people, there is no war.
There's no way you can say that there's no war. Let me come. There's Anuak in Pinchala. The Anuak in Pinchala, they have a gun because they are part of South Sudan. And the Anuak Zoo is a Dima. And Dima and Pinchala, they have a border. The Nuer Zoo, as you mentioned before, they have a border with South Sudan. Okay. So my second question is, I had the fee, but it was not answered. Well, I'm not getting the good answer because I was asking before, what is the main cause, or what is the cause of the fighting between Nuer and Anwar in the Gambella? Is it because of land or is it because of refugee?
Let me tell you this. Okay, thank you.
And if it is because of refugees, who is locating the refugee in the Gambella for the first place? Is it the government or is it people?
Okay, you have two questions right now. The first question,
yeah.
What is the cause of the problem between Anuak and Nuer people when you are?
Is it because of refugee or?
Yeah. The second question, who gives the land to the refugee in Gambella?
For the first place.
For the first place. That is a good question. Then answer.
Who is the land owner? Is the land for government or is the land for the people or for the community?
Yes, let me give you an answer. Okay, thank you very much. You know, the war between Anuak and Nuer people in Gambella, it is starting from South Sudan direct to Ethiopia. This the Nuer people what they learn from Anuak people, that when we kill them, they will get the land the same what our grandfathers or ancestors they did to Anuak people. That's why they did together. Let me tell you this. The conflict between Anuak people in Gambella, if the problem is not the land, the government of Ethiopia separated the land, the Gambella land. If you go to the map, you would see there is a Anuak zone, there is a Nuer zone, there is a Majang zone. If not about the land, why Nuer people cross their zone, across the map of their zone, and come to Anuak side to fight in Anuak land, in Anuak zone? It's not about the land. Can I respond to your question? No, you're not the one. I just want to talk to. I mean afterwards. No, it is not me. It is John Mogo. Yeah, it is so, yeah. Yes. The second one, if it is not about the land, there are no people who are fighting because of the land. Because why the Nuer people left their zone and come to our zone and fighting in our zone, if not about the land. Because the government of Ethiopia is separated the land. There is a Nuer zone, there is a Nuer zone, there is Majang zone. Why Nuer people left their zone and come to our zone and fighting in our zone? It's not about the land. That is to know that Anuak people and Nuer people were fighting with Anuak for the land. They say that we don't want this coal Anuak zone and Nuer zone. That is what they tell us. So we need to fight with them. Let this whole Nuer zone and Anuak zone, and we can live together with them, and we assimilate them. What we get in South Sudan, what we get in Akobo, what we get in Lare, what we get in Nasir, what we get in Nuum, all of this in Kiloshian, all of this. This is what the Nuer belong. The second one, in Ethiopian constitution, let me tell you this. In Ethiopian constitution, the land that was given to the refugee, not Ethiopian government give the land to the refugee. Let me make it clear to you. If you don't know the constitution of Ethiopia, because I know most of you, you were living refugee and go to America or Canada or something like that. Let me tell you this. That thing, in Ethiopia rule, the land was belonged to the indigenous people. The land was belonged to the indigenous people. Who is the indigenous people in Gambella? It is the And the government of Ethiopia come to Gambella and asking the Anuak people, asking the Anuak zone, asking the Anuak people. At that time, the president of Gambella is Anuak people. Starting from that time until today, even the Roger right now, he lives in Gambella. The president is Anuak. When the Roger went in December 13 in South Sudan, they come, the global people come and asking, come Gambella president, Anuak people. Go to Anuak zone, asking them. Those people, they run away because of the war. Can you give them land? Can you give them place to live? Refugee camp. I know people give the land to the refugee camp, to the Nuer of South Sudan. The same what they did during the time. After 75 years ago, the Anuak people. Because there's ideas of the brothers. There is no problem. Let's give them place to live. Because after this fighting, they will go back. These Anuak people learn at that time. But they don't know that when the South Sudan become independent, those Nuer people, they don't want to go back. They don't know that. That is the case. And the Gambella people, they give land to the refugee. That's why today, when you see the refugee in Gambia, where they live? They live in what zone? They live in another zone. Why? Because it is Anuak people give the land to them. They say that because we need to know that those are the South Sudanese, those are the Ethiopia. So what we need to do right now, let's give this place to live, and then we will know that those are from South Sudan. Where is the location now? Jami, it is Anuak zone. In Anuak zone. Check 3, Anuak zone. Today you change the name, you call it Orhan. But when you go in the website, in what you can, it is the white on website, check 3, the real name. Because it was given by the Anuak people to them, to you. Second, Penuno, it is the Anuak zone. Anuak people, they give this land to them. Because Anuak people, it is the people that show the place. The UN need from Anuak people to show the place which place you want to give to the refugee with the country of Gambella. And Anuak people say, put it this place, and some put it there, and some put it there. Now Anuak people, they say, we don't need it anymore. We don't need refugee anymore. We need those refugees to go back to their land. And those people from Gambella, those people from how much people? Why are young people? Why are young people? Why are young people trying to kill the refugee if there is an agreement between the UN and the refugee in the? No, it's not even. It's not even. It's not even. In Gambella, are not only Nuer. It's not for Nuer only. About the church. Let me come about the church is Ethan water. Ethan is special water. It's not I know. Okay, you say special water. What is this one to be? How is it to be special water? Can you reply to me? In which year? It's yellow one. It's yellow one. No, you say church is a yes. It's not a nonsense, by the way. I'm not talking about the way you are in Gambella. It's not a what I'm asking. I think it is an agreement between the government, the UN, and the community. Why you trying to kill the refugee? Instead of claiming or killing the UN, then you tell your people, we don't need them anymore. Okay, why you kill the refugee? You agree with me? Can I remind you? Okay, can I remind you your question? Why the refugee? If Anuak people give the land, if there is the agreement between Anuak zone and UN, why Anuak people kill the refugee? That is your question, yeah? Okay, if your question is good. You know what is happening? Let me tell you the truth. Nuer people, those refugee people, what they did there, they come, all of them, in Chile, they come and fighting with Anuak people in Italy. Okay. What they did, they fight with Anuak people in Italy, fighting with Anuak people in Atado, fighting It is the Rohingya that did this to us. We give them land. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. No, I didn't tell you. No, I didn't tell you. It is not I reply your question to you, yeah? I reply your question to you. So if I reply your question to you, you don't need to interrupt me. Listen, you know, if wherever you want to go right now, you can take it. Upon Akaro, no, Itang, Akaro, and Upon Wara. They load everything, they kill the people, burn it out, the whole together. After that, what I did, and they say, okay, it is the refugee that get this to us. For one reason. Listen, stop arguing. Stop arguing. What are your people doing? Are your people that go rebelling? That is the rebellion they did. We did the rebellion. You know, after all of this, we did the rebellion. Even when our people did the rebellion, there is no Ethiopian government interfere because Ethiopian government knows what the refugee did. You see? They keep silent because they come and see what is happening. They take the picture, video. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a genuine question? Yeah, that is it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. If she cannot hear me, I can say, can I jump in, please? Yeah, can I ask you a question before we have a conversation? Can I ask you a genuine question? Okay, this is my question. Where did the Anuak originate from, and where did the Nuer originate from? Can I answer to you? Okay. Yeah. Anuak people, they are originated, all the people in Ethiopia, everywhere in Ethiopia, wherever you are, you have a place that you come from. The first thing that I want to ask you is, not all your people, all the Luo people, they come from Pakistan. But today, you will see Luo people in Kenya, you will see Luo people in Uganda, you will see Luo people in Congo. But today, Anuak people, you will see them in Sudan. From Sudan, they come direct to Ethiopia. At that time, when they come to Ethiopia, there is no Nuer. They come with them together. Only Anuak people. Anuak people border with Suluk. There is no Nuer between them. At that time, it is the Nuer people come from Bentiu and enter between Anuak and Suluk. And some of your people go direct to the Suluk land, and some of them they come direct to the Anuak land. This is what is happening. If you don't know, your people they come from Pakistan, and Anuak people they come from Bentiu, your people they come from Bentiu, Anuak people they come from Pakistan. All the people they come from Pakistan. A long time ago, Anuak people was border only with the Suluk people, not anywhere. Your people they enter. Let me show you the place that the Nuer enter between Anuak and Nuer, with the Anuak and Suluk. It is in what we call Ulang and Giloshan. This place we call Ulang and Giloshan is the place that the first Nuer people entered, and Anuak people welcome them. After that, what they did, some of them from Ulang, they moved direct to the Suluk. Some of them from Ulang, they control all the land from Anuak people direct to Anuak. Okay. And yeah, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Forgive me. Essentially, I've asked the question and I've said, where did the Anuak people originate from, and where did the Nuer people originate from? You stated very clearly. Exactly. And just to elaborate, I just want you to take this with you, just quickly, 20 seconds. You stated very clearly that the Nuer people originate from Bentiu, and that the Anuak people originate from Bargazal. Therefore, none of us are in essence in
indigenous to the land of Ethiopia. At some point in history, whether it was 200 years ago or 500 years ago, we were refugees by definition. None of us are true owners of the land. So my debate, my question is, hold on, mate, hold on. You've essentially said your whole argument, forgive me, your whole argument is we got to Ethiopia first. That's your whole argument. Okay, well, if I agree with you that you've gotten to Ethiopia first, I still have the argument that you did not originate from Ethiopia. So it's pointless. This cycle of you are refugees and we came here before you and all the land is named in our names is pointless. It because you are the exact same thing I am. You are somebody that has migrated, whether that's because of war or because of famine or because of a search for greener land, right? Unless you are exactly who I am.
I think it's normal that there are migration in the continent. There are energetic migration, migrating from the around Cameroon forest going on the West Africa. The Nile also moving as well, right? So personally, I know I'm originally from South Sudan, right? But now I found myself in Kenya, right? The era of this migration and changing cultural tribal boundaries are gone. Now we live in a civilized world now. The part where my people landed and called theirs, I call it mine now. I cannot move now to go claim other lands unless I buy it, right? So if they move from Barrel, they move to current day Gambella, they're still there. I think it's a bit pointless to say, okay, but we are all new to this land. At some point, we were all roaming like animals in this continent, But now we are living a settled life. We found ourselves where we found ourselves. We call it home. So now we cannot change that now. So the question is, when the Anuak arrived in this land, were the Nuer there? Did they displace the Nuer? But even if that happened, in the current world, this is their area. The Dinka have their area, the Nuer have their area, the Luo Kenya have their area. So we can't change this now because 500 years ago, some people came to that land. I think if we have to do that, then I have to form my army in Kenya, come back to South Sudan, displace a few people here and there, and claim this is our land. And those people will go displaced. We cannot undo all this. So we have to reason with the land we have now. So as of this moment, the Anuak have a section, the Nuer have a section. Are the Anuak trying to push into the section of the Nuer? Or the Nuer trying to push into the section of the Anuak? As of this moment, this is what we should solve now. This is how we should move towards the solution and say, listen, we were all roaming like elephants across the continent. We found ourselves in certain parts, we settled there, so we call it home. And we reason with that. I think if we go into where did you come from and where did we come from, then it's going to be endless. We're going to push all the Bantus. I think the Zulus, we're going to push them from South Africa, coming all the way back to Cameroon. It won't make sense. I'm not sure if that answers you.
Of course, and thank you very much. That is actually exactly my point. My point is this, that the Nuer, both the Nuer and the Anuak, originated from places outside of Ethiopia. But in modern history, it has proven time and time again that both sections of the Anuak and sections of the Nuer are both indigenous to Ethiopia. That does not mean that the Anuak in South Sudan and that the Anuak or the Nuer in South Sudan are indigenous to the land of Ethiopia as the Anuak in Ethiopia or the Nuer in Ethiopia, respectfully. That doesn't mean that. That means sections of them are indigenous. So when we say that, that doesn't give a green light for all the Nuer of South Sudan to migrate into Ethiopia. No one is saying that. What we're saying is that there are sections of the Nuer that are indigenous to Ethiopia, modern day Ethiopia, and there are sections of the Anuak that are indigenous to modern day Ethiopia. How do we go about these modern day boundaries? Because before 1956 or whatever, there was no boundaries. I would take my cows as a Nuer to go and feed, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, in Ethiopia, and I would go back to South Sudan. There was no boundaries. How do we, as a complex and almost positively primitive people, navigate ourselves through these boundaries that have been made up in the last 50 years?
Okay, can I do that? Can I come in, please?
Okay, enough tonight. You can tell me me.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Let me let my network. So, KP, thank you for that clarification. The fact that migration of the African people was a stage at some point in history. Probably what TB was referring to, Ethiopia. Ethiopia as a country, it was made up of the post-1984 Berlin Conference, the demarcation of the African continent. So when Ethiopia was demarcated, the Anuaks were already there. So that was less than a century ago. And the Anuaks actually were there 400, 500 years ago, before the Ethiopian state was formed. In fact, if you are referring to the 1956, that migration, that people were moving freely, the states of Africa was already formed by the colonial power. So the Anuaks were already established in that area. Even they were in 1956 when they came as refugees, there were already migration of Nuer into Gambella prior to 1956, simply because of the British administration collecting taxation from the Nuer, but the Nuer being stubborn, they refused to pay, and then the British actually gave them a lesson. They were bombarded from the air. So they left, they came into Gambella. By then it was occupied by the Anuak. So that is why today we are talking that the Anuaks are indigenous. This assumption that Ethiopia exists out of the Ethiopian people need to get out of your mind. Those who want to claim that they are indigenous simply because the Anuaks and the Nuer, they look alike, they migrated together into Ethiopia, and they are all refugees and they are foreigners. So that is not the case. By the way, if I refer to you because you talk about you being, of course I understand from your accent, you were born in the UK, and that is where I live. So I can understand that you are a South Sudanese because even if you are in Gambella, you are a South Sudanese. As far as I know, the Ethiopian Nuer, none of them have actually even come to the UK on a refugee, asylum case, or as Ethiopian to come to this land, to the UK. So if you are born here, that means your mother and father, they came to the UK as a South Sudanese refugees. But that cannot stop you from, going to Gambella and saying, you can move freely, there is no problem. But that argument
So you also being in the UK, are you a refugee of South Sudan or Ethiopia?
No, I'm an Ethiopian. I came here with an Ethiopian passport, purely.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. So, what I'm trying to say here is that that argument that the Anuak and Nuer migrated together and they are all refugees, that is not correct. That is one point. Secondly, this idea of Nuer zone, Anua zone, Majang zone, these are administrative arrangements. It is not just to give the Nuer accreditation that they have the land or the territory in Gambella. The Nuer don't have the land in Gambella. All the land they are now occupying, they are living in, belong to the Anuak. But because of this violent character, they have been displacing the Anuak. They don't want the Anuak to live there. Instead, they are actually even moving to the Anuak areas. They live in Gambella town, but they don't want the Anuak, the indigenous Anuak, who have lived on that land, to stay there. Instead, they are actually giving access to the refugees to get land, to displace the Anuak, the indigenous Anuak from their land. And by the way, this is the root cause of the problem. If this problem is not solved, if the Anuak keep being pushed from place to place, just simply because the Nuer want to expand into the Anuak territories, claiming that the Gambella, which is part of Ethiopia now, was part of South Sudan, or is Ethiopian and the Anuak and the Nuer migrated equally? So that is wrong. I think that is the root cause of this, and one thing has to be solved. Now, coming to the arms of the Nuer refugees, it is nothing new. In 1983, when SPLA was formed in Gambella, in 1989, the Anuaks were killed in Itang and Penyuru. Who killed them? Refugees. This is not the first time. The refugee killed the Anuak in 1989 in Penyuru. The refugees killed the Anuak in Itang. And the Ethiopian government has done nothing. So, all in all, contrary to the international law, the UN is very, criminal, if I may say. The Ethiopian government is criminal, if I may say, because the indigenous people cannot sustain such kind of violations of international legal rights and international legal norms. Even the regional, the African Human Rights Commission is being violated. The human rights of people, the indigenous people, is being violated by who? By the government of Ethiopia, who is allowing over 400,000 refugees in a very small area. Can you imagine that a refugee camp is set up 12 kilometers away from Gambella town? 12 kilometers away from Gambella town. Is that a refugee camp? No. It's too close. The same thing. Can you imagine that a refugee camp is set up about 4 or 5 kilometers away from a town?
My brother, can I just ask you this question? If you choose to answer this later or not at all, that's up to you. Just please.
Yeah, okay, I can answer you. Ask the question. Let it be a question.
Thank you. This is a question. Only a question. When the Anuak left Baragazal 300 years ago, 500 years ago, call it what you want. When the Anuak left Baragazal and migrated eastward towards Ethiopia, by definition, were they not at that time in history refugees? Yes or no?
Let me say this. When the refugees started, this idea of refugee was in 1956 after the Second World War. I mean 51, after the Second World War. And that was the refugee idea was coined. But then it was a migration. It was not refugees. So the Luo migration, it was not a refugee migration, no. It was a Luo migration. By then there was no state boundaries of Africa. So the Africa was just free. Everybody can move freely. But today we are talking of the state boundary that was formed after the 1884, 85, demarcation of boundaries by the world, by the colonial power. So since that time, everybody now is established. Where you were demarcated, that was your land. So the Anwar, when they were demarcated, that was the land. The time they were demarcated, that was their land.
From 1885.
Yes. So there is no way you can refer back to 300, 500 years. Everybody was on the move at that time. And there was no concept called refugee by then. So what I want to say here is that our people need to understand the fact that the Anuaks are the indigenous people. There is no fight over the concept of indigenous. Because when they come and then they live in Gambella with the Anuak, there is no point of just, confusing the world. That they also, because Ethiopia as a country existed, and because they look alike with the Anuak, they are all refugees. So that we can learn the
So
that is
I agree with you 100%. And that's why I'm, look, okay, another question. At what point does one become indigenous? So at what point in history, what year does one become indigenous? Does the Nuer or Anywaa or anybody become indigenous to that land? At what point? Because we need to clarify that.
Okay, well,
we all agree that in this country, people are moving around like elephants. Nobody was controlling whichever place you go. If you're a pastoralist, you just move and look for your grass. If you're a fisherman, you look for the water boats. And everyone was moving free. Okay? Now, in a similar world where now we have boundaries and we have regions, now wherever you found your place became your home. So if we go back into history, then you're telling me that we need to push all the values to the forest and we need to push all the lions back to South Sudan. It makes no point. I think you're kidding yourself. I'm not sure what.
No. Sorry, I'm sorry. What I mean is, what year specifically do we identify individuals as indigenous to certain lands? So, for example, Ethiopia, at what year specifically? Because the argument you're making is we have always migrated as people, as human beings, which is true. I agree with you. But I'm saying, in your argument, at what year specifically does the people of that nation then become indigenous? Because when we identify that year, we can argue that, okay, if this is the year, then where were these people found? Okay. My profile, you can talk about this video.
Okay, let me say this. JB, let me say this. This concept of indigenous is very controversial in Africa context. But having said that, the time reference that you want to draw the attention of this debate is all about is the colonial boundary setting up. So when the colonial boundary was set up, wherever you were found, that is your land, that is you are indigenous to that land. So if the Nuer were in Baragazal at that time, despite the fact that the Luo were indigenous to that land, then you're supposed to be indigenous to that land. But after migrating to some areas, just because you look alike with those people, there is no way you can claim that you're indigenous to that people. I mean, to the area. I think that makes a point probably if it is something that it can, that you can take home. Now, coming back to this issue of refugees, refugees need to behave where they are. I mean, I come here and then I apply for asylum, political asylum. But I don't go and claim my land. I don't even know where the land is in the UK here. I'm a refugee, but I don't even go and claim that this land belongs to my father or this land because I've stayed here for 20 years. I belong to this land. But this is not what is happening in Gambella today. Instead, the Nuer want more land, more land, more land. So the zone that is being given to them is not about the Nuer having the land, but simply because people want to have peace, they're being given land, territory to govern. That is administration. It's not that the Nuer have that land for sure. Also, I think this issue that we are talking about here is about refugees and the land. The refugees are too many in Gambella. The refugees are not being controlled by the Ethiopian authorities. They are moving freely. They are even grabbing land. They are killing people. They are displacing people. They are actually even making life difficult for the indigenous people. Since what happened today, children of the Anuak, children of the Nuer, children of whoever, they are not going to school just simply because there is this conflict caused by who? By the refugees. Before the refugees, the Nuer who live with the Anuak, they live with a very minimal conflict. But today, South Sudanese have taken over power. The Nuer don't have power. They take the Nuer. They have no say. Even in the political system itself, the majority of them who are South Sudanese, they are now in Gambella claiming to be Ethiopians and taking political power.
My brother, my good brother, I genuinely, I just, please, I honestly.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm going to let you finish, but just hold this with you. Because you
can I answer you after? Because I think it's guys confusing people.
Yeah, you keep saying refugees. I'd love to hear the answer. You keep saying refugees, and that's fine. But we've all agreed that both the Nuer and Anywaa originated from Argazal or Bentil. If that's the case, if that is the case, as we've agreed on, at what point in history does someone become a refugee? At what year does someone become a refugee?
But I thought you answered your question. I think you answered your question.
In order to call me a refugee, you have to specifically state the year in which, if you are not found inside of this country, you are therefore a foreigner, a refugee, aka. Okay, but if you can't state to me a year, then I think you're both originate from places outside of this country.
I don't know whether you just want to
Sorry, I think with TP, sorry, host, can I say something? I think the issue with TP is, and I don't have any grievance with him, but I think he's trying to confuse the dialogue because he was once before in UN 5 and he knew what he was saying there. So for him to come here and claim that he genuinely has questions, those questions are very well calculated and he's just trying to disorient the conversation. So thank you for dropping it. So if you're down there, TP, kindly please listen and comprehend because I know Mr. Gum did answer your questions and he clearly stated the dates in time in history. So I think you were listening to respond to him rather than listening to understand and comprehend. Sorry, you can continue, Mr. Gum.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm trying to say, just to conclude this is the fact that the war in Gambella today is about land and refugees, both of them. Because land, the Nuer who migrated to Gambella, through refugee policy. They are now displacing the local population as we speak. Those people along the Kano River, some of them cannot go back. Their land, their villages, are already occupied by the people. Even their farms have been farmed by the Nuer. Who are these? These are not the Nuer who came long time ago who have lived with the Anuak. But these are refugees from South Sudan. When they want, they go to the refugee camp. When they want, they go and attack the Anuak so that they can displace them from their land. That is what the refugee policy combined with the land issue is at the heart of this conflict in Gambella today. Unless these issues are resolved, whatever the Nuers are claiming that the Anuaks are killing them on the road or the vehicles have been attacked and all this sort of thing, these are symptoms that need to be addressed. Okay? So thank you for this, and I hope the Nuer are listening and let them also give a feedback which we don't want to solve this problem, but it is not the way the Ethiopian government is handling the issue. They are just, postponing conflict after conflict. So the land and the refugees should need to be addressed, and the refugees need to be relocated to wherever it is. If South Sudan is peaceful, let them go back, or if not, let them be relocated to somewhere else. I think more than 70 years suffering, the Gambella people have had enough of that. So I think that is why the people of Gambella are saying no more refugees. By the way, it is not only for the Anuak, even for the few Nuer who are there, who are settled with Anuak together, they are suffering. So they need to understand that, and the UN, the European government need to be pushed so that they can stop these, human rights violations. Thank you.
To join. Simply, I dropped you because it was impossible to continue because you asked the same question several times. Okay, sorry, I have a glitch. I hope everyone can hear me. Okay. Oh, yeah, I had a technological problem. So I dropped TV because I think he was asking the same question multiple times, and I think it was already answered. And I think even if we have to place an exact year on it, the truth is, whatever you place, we have to work with what we have today. This migration is not just occurred in Ethiopia and South Sudan, it occurred everywhere. And whatever place the national borders found you, that became your home. Before then, we were just migrating. And once the borders are defined, so then you can't cross to Uganda if you're Kenyan, unless you're crossing as a refugee or as a tourist or as an investor or something like this. So I think if we just go to place dates, then we're rather arguing to win and not to solve. We know very well that once you find yourself in a place, I came from South Sudan, but I found myself here. So then I have to call myself Kenyan, and that's it. If we have to go and say, okay, can you place a date, then I think we're just arguing to either distract or win instead of to understand and solve.
Sorry, can I say something, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. What you said is really very important because I feel like with the conflict going on in Gambella, this argument of who owns the land is mainly being used to distract and confuse what's really happening in Gambella so that most people don't get to know what's happening there. Still, it's very important for that discussion to continue, but I think the main thing right now is currently what's happening in Gambella. And for most people that don't know Gambella, Gambella now, on paper, it states that it has several people occupying the Gambella land. But the claims of Anuak people is that violent armed refugees are causing conflict in Gambella. And we are calling for a solution to help solve this crisis that's happening there. And the reason why we're saying that refugees are the ones causing this issue is because majority of the refugees in Gambella are the South Sudanese refugees, particularly the Nuer refugees. This is because if you clearly look at the numbers that the UNHCR has provided, the number is extremely a very large number. And with that number, you cannot clearly distinguish who is an indigenous as they claim, so I'll use that word as they claim, and who is a refugee. There's no clear distinctions at all provided by the Ethiopian government and the UNHCR. So that means that number is very lump sum. Like, you don't know who is who. And when conflict happens, there is confusion whereby, oh no, it wasn't Nuer refugees that attacked you guys. It was indigenous Nuer that attacked you guys. So there's confusion. So we're also calling on to the UNHCR because they did a very shady and a very embarrassing press release that they released when conflict happened. I would really have expected them to do much better than putting out that. Sorry, I don't want to use any bad words, but instead of putting out whatever they put out there, I don't know if most of you have read it, but kindly, if you have time, just on any blog or if you're friends with any Anywaa, you would definitely see that we have posted that UNHCR statement that they released. They said they are alarmed by the misinformation. You see, clearly they're already biased. They don't even know what's happening on the ground. For such a big organization, I would expect them to have done their investigations from both sides, from the administration government that is in Gambella, because Gambella has an administration government that is being run there. And it's not only by the Anuak people, as the Nuer people claim that, oh, the government is the Anuak people. I'd like to clarify here that that government, the person leading is an Anuak and the vice president is Nuer. And then under that, the members of parliament is a mix between Anwar, Nuer, Komo, and Machang. So it's not entirely an Anuak government, if that's clear. So they said that there was misinformation. So I was very concerned with what they constitute to misinformation. Is it the pleas of the innocent civilians in Gambella that they claim to be misinformation? That is very shameful. And I don't have anything against refugee as a word, but I would stress it and say that we're against violent and armed refugees in Gambella. So they need to do better. Another thing is this issue of indigeneity, clearly, as Mr. Gump had stated before, the word refugee came about during the civil conflict that happened in the 1950s, if I'm correct, 1950s, around somewhere over there. So by what the host had said before, KP, that migration, if you migrate somewhere, like earlier there, you become part of that place. So for this issue of Gambella, I think people really need to go into history and understand that Gambella before never belonged to anyone. Before it was incorporated into the the Ethiopian state system, that was like in the late 19th or earlier 20th century. But that means that the Anuak people migrated there at least 400 and 600 years, much earlier, before the CE or BCE or millennial, just to reference that word. So we're migrating there. It's not something that will say they didn't migrate there, but they came there through pastoral expansion, drought and cattle movements. That was before, when they were coming to trade with the Anuak to allow them to graze in their lands. So when they say that, oh, if Anuak own the land, who were you coming to make exchange with or negotiate for land for your cattle race. Was there no people there? There was definitely the Anuak people there. So why are we trying to downplay this information? You know, truth can coexist. So if you guys accept that you came there to graze on Anuak land, that is something that you have to acknowledge first. And clearly, if because some of you do not stay there permanently, you guys went back. But then during this Menelik government, that's when he allowed other people to come into Gambella, especially also Highlanders. There were never Highlanders in Gambella, but because they saw the richness of Gambella, that's why they say that, oh, let's move other people into the Gambella land to make it more kind of like, I'll put it quote unquote, multicultural, so that we're able to control these pieces of land because it's very rich. I saw somebody asking there in the comments, why is the Ethiopian government killing the Anuak people and we're still claiming to be Ethiopian? Or I think we're not violent. Let me tell you, we're not violent. And if you really, really read through documents that were documented from the December 13th genocide, you'll clearly see that the reason why the Anuak people were killed is because Menelik had wanted to, kind of like lease the land to Malaysian companies to mine oil there. But the Anuak people were against this because you cannot just start mining in a place without consulting the inhabitants of that area. It doesn't work like that. So when that happened, the Anuak people were like, oh, why is there like other people coming into our land? But more, Malaysians are not black people. They're kind of like fair-skinned, right? So that definitely caused a concern. So they did not go fight the government. They just asked, why are there people in our land and we don't know about it? And they came, because I remember my dad told me that they came with like huge machines, like the ones they used to extract the oil. So when they came in, definitely it caused concern. But the government, the Ethiopian government, did not want to explain itself because it felt more superior than because it's a government. So that's why it carried out the genocide of the 2003. Sorry for that noise. And if some of you actually, if you're Nuer or you're from South Sudan, there's a book that was written by the Lost Boys. The Lost Boys, when I read the book, it's clearly not just a one tribe of Lost Boys that wrote that book. They didn't clearly state who they were, identity-wise. Sorry if I'm taking too much of your time. Just let me know my time is up.
You're the second last person speaking.
Okay, thank you. So with that, it doesn't clearly state what identity they were, whether they were Nuer, whether they were Dinka, or whether they were other tribes of South Sudan. They wrote that book stating that when that 2003 genocide happened, they clearly, the book is called They Poured Fire on Us from the Sky. So when the 2003 genocide happened, they were in Ethiopia, and in that book, they recognized Anuak as the inhabitants of that place when they were taken there as refugees. So these lands that you guys call Pinudo, let me correct those names. It's not Pinudo, it's Pinudo. And Akoba Akobo is not Akoba, it's Akobo. And clearly you know that Anuaks are inhabitants of those places. So for them to claim that they live in those places is very ridiculous because you guys would have had a different name, but these are only Anuak names. So back to my point, I don't want to get distracted, right? So in that book, it clearly states that when that violence happened, the Anuak did not do anything to offend the government. Instead, most of the majority of people that fled to Puchala, if most of you know Puchala, is that the Ethiopian government were killing people using these machine guns, such as, spray multiple bullets. So they were the ones that they were using to unalive people then, and they had to flee through the Nile River all the way to Puchala. So clearly you can state that their books that state what happened during the genocide, the 2003 genocide. So I don't see the reference, you guys reference that all the time. There's clearly history with that is very different from the conflict that is happening now with the Nuer community. So I think that shouldn't be used as a reference to shift blame and say, oh, if you guys are claiming it open, why did the Ethiopian government kill unalive you guys, right? So you guys need to inform yourself, read about this material first before coming here and start talking about things that you don't know. The same way that us, we don't use the 2013 violence against you guys. It's because that's a conflict that happened in a different place. It didn't happen in Gambella. So we should clearly focus about what's happening in Gambella now, because Gambella has to be a peaceful place where the Anuak people and the Majang and Kono needs to reside in. And I stand to be corrected. If the government had documented any so-called indigenous Nuer, it would be a quarter or even less of that number that would remain in Gambella. So what we're calling for is that we need the Ethiopian government and UNHCR, who are the people that hold power, to move armed and violent refugees to other places of Ethiopia. We're not saying keep them out of Ethiopia, no. If they really want to be Ethiopian, then let them be moved to other parts of Ethiopia. Why does it really have to be about Gambella? Why?
Thank you so much. I think I will give Peter a chance to speak. And if I give him a chance, please keep it under 10 seconds. I think I have I will speak after that. We might have to continue tomorrow. I just have one request now, and everyone watching, could you just click the link on my profile and share my GoFundMe? I think if 100 people share it, it would be very good. Just a minute, I need to. Okay.
Can I say something? I just come to listen.
Okay, which I'm just confirming this so that I can continue. Okay, Pere Kelly, the floor is yours.
I think she said she doesn't have anything to say. She came to listen.
Okay, TP. I think now is the floor is yours. You, in under 20 seconds, if you can say something.
Okay, thank you very much. Under 20 seconds. Thank you for bringing me back up. Obviously, I was thrown down. I don't know why. Yeah, I think my questions, in retrospect, might seem like they are essentially the same. They might seem like I'm asking the same question. But truthfully, I think this question of refugee or indigenous is pointless. And why I assume that position is simply because there was no agreed point in history where we define refugee or indigenous, specifically for Ethiopia. In Sudan, in the Sudan or South Sudan, it's a little bit different. But in Ethiopia, it's not there. And until we agree on a certain point in history, yes. Just hold on. Let me land my point, please. Until we agree on a specific point in history, I genuinely believe that all of these arguments we're making are essentially, like the speaker that came before me said, well, my dad said this, and I read a book that stated that the people of Anua are indigenous, and Akoba, its name is Akoba, and that belongs to the people of Anuak. All of these things are subjective. No one is denying the history that, yes, of course, expansion and looking for greener land, that's human nature. No one is denying that. No one is denying that the Nuer got to Ethiopia later than the Anuak people. No one is denying that. But until we agree that there's a point in history where we have to be able to define refugee and indigenous. Because if you came 500 years ago and I came 400 years ago, what is the essence of distinction? Like, these are 100 years is not in retrospect. When we're looking at historically in history and pride and who we are as a people, isn't a big difference. I know it's.
Can I say something? Because you keep on going in circles and okay, what you're doing.
Okay. Just to land. Finally, this is going to be the last thing I'm going to say. I think what we suffer from is an identity crisis, and this is both the Anuak and the Nuer. It's not exclusive to the Anuak. It's not exclusive to the Nuer. We suffer from this issue, and I think the only logical way of solving it is saying, you know what, we both are not actually indigenous to this land. No one is truly indigenous to the land.
Can we stop there? Because you're just confusing things. Number one, Anuak people have already had an establishment. If you know Anuak people, you study Anuak people history. We come from kingship, okay? Kingship has rules and regulations that we come under. And if you look at the history of Ethiopian government, they always went to the king of, because there's different kings in different places in our country or whatever, because Gambella is basically a country. There's a king in Portela, which is the main king. There's king in Penuno and all these certain places. So there's rulership in different other places. Now, when you say that there's an identity crisis, we don't have an identity crisis. What you are trying to do here is trying to confuse the people to have us subject to submit under your viewpoint, which is not going to happen. Anuak people have already had an establishment before you guys came, okay? Even your forefathers know this. All of your forefathers know this. Even if you read the books, the Nuer people used to fight the Anuak kings. There were different kings that used to go and fight. This is historical fact. Secondly, if we read biblically, let's talk about the Bible, because the Bible is going to help us understand when it comes to land. Now, the people of Israel, they came from Canaan, right? Canaan. But God said, I will give you a land full of milk and honey. Now, everybody, God has given them the rightful land. Yes, land belongs to God, but we are humanity and we are people. So God has individually given us our own portion. Now, it's not that I know people hate the North people. Me personally, I'm not anti-North because I have a best friend that's North. But history must be stand upon. You cannot come to America right now and say you own some type of land because you got come. That will never happen. The same rule has to be applied in Gambella. You have to follow law and order. You have to respect the host of the community. And what we don't like, you guys are trying to rewrite our history. And it's not going to happen. That's basically trying to brainwash our people for us to conform together. No, there's more and there's a not. Simple. Let's respect the difference. There's difference. But it doesn't mean that we hate you guys. No, we have intermarried. But what we're not going to allow you to do is come into our land, kill our people. And yes, it's not right to for New people to be killed. It's not right. But if you can't come to America right now, or even Nigeria, and say you're going to kill the host, the people, and they will not retaliate. It's called self-defense, and it's called protection of the people. So that's one thing more people have to understand. You cannot, I don't know why this mentality is being applied in Gambella. Because even right now, KP, there was a group of refugees in Aswa, whatever. They got dropped in Gambella. And this is adding more pressure on the land, on the human, on the people of the host. Like we said, more people, they know these facts. Every land, we even have a map. If you bring up the map of Gambella right now, every place, every village, every city is in a rock name. Every of them. So for this whole confusion to say, oh, who's indigenous, who's refugee, even when you come to America, you are a refugee. It's not only applied in Gambella, it's all over. Even if you go to Kenya, there's refugee. So stop trying to say this whole confusion that is just a refugee. This is historically, this is all over. So just respect the host and abide by the law of the land. And the Ethiopian government, the reason they're allowing this is because they're being bought off as well. The Prime Minister, he even spoke about this. He said, we know refugees is a problem. It's not only in Gambella, it's all over Ethiopia. But we are just becoming more vocal about it because we are defending our land. So I think that's one thing more people need to understand. We don't hate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sister. Yeah, and I think honestly, can I say something? KP, thank you. KP, just 10 seconds, please. Yeah, you have to be fair, Mama.
just a second, because this time reference that TP seems to be going around with. You know, 1956, we can say, is the time reference that Nuer, as refugees, came to Gambella.
Prior to 1956 or
prior to 1956.
Amazing.
1902 was the border demarcation between Ethiopia and
South Sudan. There was no Nuer in Gambella prior to 1956.
Going back to South Sudan. They were not there.
Attached to what we know, I chose to talk about it because somehow we have to get a platform to discuss. I hope I was fair and neutral to what they were and they're not. We try again tomorrow because I see today at least the conversation better than yesterday when it was super hot. But because I can't say that I should sleep, I will sleep. Wiskabi said the horse is making money, he can't sleep. The horse is making zero money. I don't make money out of this life, at least not in Kenya. And having said that, again, I would request all the people here, see there are 90 people, there were 100 and now they dropped. Could you just go click the link on my TikTok channel? Then go share my GoFundMe link. I think if 100 people share it to be important to me, at least I will get more money to continue to do documentaries. But again, you could also go to my YouTube channel and watch at least one documentary and share one with your friends. Thank you so much. I think I will see you tomorrow, guys, if you will allow me. I think even if you don't allow me, I have to sleep now. I hope that I see you all tomorrow and we'll continue this conversation. So I will start in the next 3, 2, 1. Yes, so the I just finished the live from TikTok. I think we continue in tomorrow because it's very late and I have to sleep. And I hope you got everything. For every video of mine on YouTube here, there is a GoFundMe link there. If you can share that GoFundMe link, that would be very good. And because you're reading YouTube or you're on Facebook, please make sure you at least watch one of my documentaries and share another with your friend. Thank you so much. I think I'll be ending this YouTube live in the next 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Bye bye.